As for Luigi and the new charges that he has received upon his return, here's ABC News.
Mangione was hit with 4 federal charges Thursday, including stalking, a firearms offense involving a silencer, and murder through use of a firearm,
Here's the new
a charge
deal
that makes him eligible for the death penalty. The federal complaint contains previously unreleased excerpts from the notebook that police said they seized from Mangione. Authorities said the writings express hostility towards the health insurance industry and wealthy executives in particular. In an entry marked October 22nd, 2024, the writing said, 1.5 months. This investor conference is a true windfall. And most importantly, the message becomes self-evident. Lot less than he thought, though, because for a while, everyone was just like, well, why would someone do something like this?
It's inconceivable.
Later on in the entry, the pages describe an intent to whack the CEO of
that's the Italian coming out.
Yeah, the CEO of one of the insurance companies at its investor conference, the complaint said. Mangione waived extradition on Thursday morning and was transported via plane and helicopter from Pennsylvania to New York.
Anyway, Mangione made his initial appearance in federal court in Lower Manhattan on Thursday afternoon and answered yes to several questions by the judge. A Manhattan grand jury upgraded charges against Mangione to include first-degree murder in furtherance of terrorism, prosecutors announced Tuesday. He's also charged with 2 counts of second-degree murder, one of which is charged as a killing in an act of terrorism, 2 counts of criminal possession of a weapon in the second degree, 4 counts of criminal possession of a weapon in the third degree, 1 count of criminal possession of a weapon in the fourth degree. How many degrees do these weapons have?
Ah, jeez.
And 1 count of criminal possession of a forged instrument in the second degree.
Yeah.
They got Capone on tax evasion. They're going to get Mangione on the fake ID.
Yeah, that's true. That's the one they're going to get him on. Next up on that list of stories, though, that we are, not we, but everyone, the whole world is trying to tie up before the end of the year.
Wrapping them up, putting them under the tree, and going out for a hot eggnog.
It's, of course, President-elect Donald Trump's many criminal cases.
We're not too worried about those anymore.
No, because back in November, Special Counsel Jack Smith announced that he'd be dropping all federal charges against Trump regarding the classified documents case and the one where he, oopsie, tried to overturn the results of an election.
More like Special Counsel Jack shit.
Yeah.
If you ask me what I think of this guy.
Now it looks like the case against him in Georgia, where he was accused of election interference, has also met its fate, as it was announced on Thursday of this week that Fulton County District Attorney Fani Willis has been disqualified from the case, basically putting an end to the entire effort, despite leaving open the possibility, just like with the other stuff, the possibility that someone might come in and take over this case at a later date at some point.
He-Man will return.
Yeah, but that doesn't seem like it's going to happen. So for all intents and purposes, that's it, folks. Every single one of Trump's criminal cases that was set to go to trial have either been dropped or put on indefinite hold, which, of course, is yet another damning indictment of our justice system.
They really took their fucking sweet-ass time.
Yeah. Actually, they timed it perfectly. They got to make it appear as though he was going to face consequences, and then at the last second, they pulled that football right away. Yeah.
Great job, everyone.
With more on this, here's Axios.
The Georgia Court of Appeals ruled Thursday to disqualify Fulton County District Attorney Fani Willis from President-elect Trump's state 2020 election interference case over a conflict of interest. Willis's disqualification casts the case into limbo, while Trump is also fighting to have his New York hush money case thrown out following his May 2024 conviction. After carefully considering the trial court's findings in its order, we conclude that it erred by failing to disqualify DA Willis and her office, the Georgia Appeals Court said in its ruling. The court noted that an appearance of impropriety generally is not enough to support disqualification, but said this is a rare case in which no other remedy but disqualification will suffice to restore public confidence in the integrity of these proceedings. The appeals court stopped short of throwing out the charges Willis's office brought against Trump in the case, writing in its ruling, "We affirm, however, the denial of the appellant's motion to dismiss the indictment." The case appears headed to Georgia's Supreme Court after the state filed its notice of intent to appeal on Thursday, hours after the ruling came down. There is no timeline for when the case might be heard or when a ruling will be issued.
And while we're on the topic of Trump and his boss, Mr. Elon Musk.
That's Sir, Mr. Trump.
Who is the actual president. Mr. Elon Musk, Mr. President, sir, he seems to have already gotten the United States and its millions of federal workers into a real pickle just in time for the holidays.
Thank you, sir.
Now, you might already be aware, or you know from watching our most recent video, but there is a completely self-inflicted government shutdown just hours away. And as of when we filmed this episode, there seemed to be very little progress on a bipartisan bill that could potentially avert a shutdown.
Seems like they're back to square one.
Yeah, and this is mostly thanks to the aforementioned Elon, President Musk, who decided to believe everything that was tweeted at him and then rallied his social media platform around the idea that this bill was awful and needed to get voted down, even going so far as to post what appeared to be threats to any politicians who voted in favor of the spending bill.
Literally, like, sicking his followers on the phone lines of a ton of congressional offices, too.
Yeah, and alluding to the fact that he would finance their opponents in the next elections. Well, he got the response that he wanted, and the bill was killed. But it turns out that everyone, including Donald Trump, disliked that. And a new bill was presented. A bill that should have, there's a lot of concessions I certainly don't agree with. Yeah. But again, a bill that should have bridged the gap between the parties.
Also, people are like, why is this whole process so ridiculous? It's like, because they're supposed to come up with a budget way earlier than this. And
yeah,
they keep
it's
putting
not supposed to happen last minute.
The process was dysfunctional. This is like step 10 of how this was not supposed to go.
Yeah, and look, they keep pushing it more towards concessions for Republicans, and they got a really big one this time. I'm sure they're pleased because Republicans got a significant cut to this bill, and it included things like children's cancer research.
Yeah, they're calling it the "fuck them kids" resolution.
Yeah, they were like, woo! Kids cancer research.
Kids with cancer, not my problem.
Pretty expensive. Might want to just gut that from the bill.
Yeah, get rid of it. We did it. Well, apparently that wasn't good enough either, and Elon has created a greater rift within the party and even started nervously posting Thursday afternoon in what appeared to be attempts to clear his name and place all the blame on Trump.
Folks, it's happening, and it's happening faster than we could have even anticipated.
It could be done by Christmas.
What a miracle.
This whirlwind romance could be done before the term actually begins. Wouldn't that be nice? Out of all the shitty bullshit we're gonna have to deal with for the foreseeable future.
Yeah, it's
that
gonna
would
be a
nice little
time,
treat.
But the funniest possible thing between now and then would be Elon Musk being uninvited from the inauguration.
Yeah. But yeah, here's what Elon said about Trump.
Yeah.
First of all, I'm not the author of this proposal. Credit to Donald Trump, J.D. Vance, and Mike Johnson. Second, this is a much better bill that is closer to being a real continuing resolution, not an omnibus masquerading as a CR, but with support for hurricane victims and farmers, as well as a reasonable extension to the debt ceiling. Clean and simple. If Dems reject this and government shuts down, they deserve to lose big time in the midterms.
This all in spite of the threats that he made against Republicans just 24 hours prior, which included his expressed support for a government shutdown until Trump takes office a month from now. Now he's saying that actually it's the Democrats' fault if the government shuts down. And if the government shuts down, that's actually bad. We should avoid the government shutting down.
Yeah.
That's crazy. Why would anyone want the government to shut down?
I've listened and I've learned a lot in these 24 hours. I have held space for the actual politicians who are very mad at me and decided that this is not my fault.
Yeah, there's also the distinct possibility that this guy had no fucking clue what a government shutdown actually was until hours and hours after he was tweeting constantly about how much he wanted one.
Yes. Now, amidst all this chaos that was created by an unelected billionaire, Trump has publicly stated that he just wants to abolish the debt ceiling outright, make quick work of it. I mean, talk about mixed messages. I mean, also, this should come as no surprise, but obviously, when Democrats are in charge and there is talk within their party about removing the debt ceiling, it is met with furor, just anger.
These tax and spend Democrats.
This is from conservatives.
It's not how if this was a household budget, we'd be thrown out on the street.
But now you have the GOP's president-elect saying the same exact thing as he is poised to take office, and suddenly, shockingly, it is okay.
I mean, this is their fucking shit they put in place. They made it.
This is like Newt Gingrich in the 90s.
They're the ones that made it hard to come up with an annual budget every fucking year.
Yeah.
Because they're obsessed with debt, which, like, and view it.
Because they can use it as a political tool successfully against Democrats.
I mean, I'm not saying the debt is a non-issue. I'm just saying, like, it's really not as big an issue as anyone says it is. We are the United States of America. Got a lot of financial leeway that comes from being, like, the official world currency. Anyway.
Yeah, here's NBC News. President-elect Donald Trump said Thursday that Congress should get rid of the debt ceiling, a day after he came out against a deal reached by congressional lawmakers to fund the government before a shutdown occurs. In a phone interview with NBC News, Trump said getting rid of the debt ceiling entirely would be the smartest thing Congress could do. I would support that entirely. The Democrats have said they want to get rid of it. If they want to get rid of it, I would lead the charge. Trump at it.
People in his party currently spinning their heads 360 degrees around.
Yeah.
To this thing that they used to hate is
Yeah.
now pretty cool.
We love
actually.
here in the Conservative Party. We love TikTok. We love spending Venmo money on ladies, and we love raising the debt ceiling.
Yeah, getting rid of it altogether.
Yeah, you know, get rid of it. Throw it out.
Who cares?
Let's spend as much as we want.
We in the Republican Party are now embracing modern monetary policy.
I mean, he set great spending records the first term. He really drove that deficit through the roof. Let's see if he can do it again, by God.
I think we can. Anyway, with Elon and Trump hashing it out behind the scenes, both of them agreeing on how to move forward, it was up to congressional Republicans to actually get this new spending bill approved, and it was rejected by the House with a vote of 174 to 235. Dozens of Republicans voted against it, despite the bill being backed by Vice President Donald Trump and President Elon Musk.
Yeah.
By the time you watch this video, there might be movement on yet another update to the bill. Lord only knows. A Christmas miracle might be on the horizon, but the deadline is looming like Laura Loomer. And if an agreement is not reached, the government will shut down on Saturday, leaving millions of federal workers without pay and halting all federal services that are not deemed essential until a spending bill is eventually approved. Fun fact. FDA food inspections are not considered essential, so that would be shut down, which is great news for a nation that's already been hit with multiple foodborne illnesses this year and looks to be maybe possibly on the verge of a bird flu epidemic.
Great time to lose FDA food.
You know what? Who needs the feds getting their grubby little fingers in all my food?
We wouldn't even,
I have an immune system.
We wouldn't even know about all that boar's head meat being poisoned if it weren't for that pesky FDA.
Yeah. I think I could have eaten boar's meat and been fine.
I think it is their tactic this term is just if there's no news, there's no bad news.
Yeah.
If you get rid of all the news, then you can't report on the bad stuff. If you get rid of the FDA and they can't inspect all of the meat factories in the country, well, then nothing will go wrong.
Yeah. So are the FEMA people getting their money, or like what is happening with that?
That's what's funny about this too, because it's the way that it is presented by Musk, where Musk in his tweet is talking about how all the hurricane victims.
Well, yeah, they should obviously.
It's like, okay, well that is FEMA, sir. That is FEMA.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Listen, spending Christmas in a tent. You know who else spent Christmas in a shoddy structure with no protection from the elements? That's right. Our Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ, and his parents, Mary and Joseph. He was born in a fucking manger. That's what cows and goats and shit eat hay out of.
Yeah.
He was born in the toilet. And now you can spend Christmas in what is essentially modern day manger.
Yeah.
A FEMA tent.
Shitting your brains out because you're eating poisoned food.
That's right. You can have a child in the toilet too.
But right about now, you're probably all wondering when we're gonna get to our daily people in New Jersey are discovering the night sky, and it is terrifying them updates.
I'm so tired of this story. I didn't know like I would be so fucking done with it this quickly.
It's so aggravating because it's so dumb, and it is perpetual. This should have been over with a week ago. People should have come. Every fucking elected official and everyone with a brain should have come out and been like, no, you're not seeing fucking UAPs or foreign drones in the sky.
We
Instead,
have zero proof of anything going on after 2-3 weeks at this point.
Instead, you have a bunch of fucking, specifically Republican politicians out there claiming that it's something that it's not, and riling up a bunch of people.
I wish it was aliens so they can come and fucking kill me.
Yeah, that's right. And it turns out that in addition to scaring the residents of New Jersey, these unidentified flying objects are now also making people sick. And guess what, folks? You don't even have to witness one of these strange flying drones in order to get down with this sickness. According to some residents, just hearing or reading about the drones is enough to get them sick. And yes, first of all, grain of salt.
This is like This is like a real-life version of one of my favorite Monty Python sketches, which is like a fake documentary about writing the world's funniest joke and like dropping it in leaflets on like the Western Front in World War I. And the Germans, like, they hear it in loudspeakers and it makes them drop dead. It's so funny that you die. And they'll like pick it up and read it and start laughing and just die. And they're like trying to figure out like, how do we deliver this joke so that everyone's like got fucking earmuffs on and they're like reading the shit like one syllable at a time and trading syllables. It's very funny. Yeah. So this is that, but with UAPs. And they make you sick. Just even thinking about it makes you sick.
Everyone in New Jersey was like, I'd really like to get me some of that Havana syndrome without going down to Cuba.
Yeah.
Luckily, countries are now sending up drones to send Havana syndrome here in the United States.
What's the fake? Well, the real illness where you think everything you give yourself fake illnesses?
I can't. I know the term. I can't think of it.
Munchausen. We've got a nation of Munchausens.
But grain of salt. This is coming from interviews with the Daily Mail, but it just kind of summarizes the type of people who are freaking out about this right now.
I bet they're loving it over in England. Look at these stupid fucking Americans.
They get a little break from being the butt of everyone.
We're a bunch of sloppy little pigs over here in England, but at least we're not as sloppy and hippie-like as these fucking Americans over in New Jersey.
I mean, if you do look up at a map of every UFO sighting ever reported, it is all of the United States and England, and
they fucking started it.
Yeah.
The crop circles thing was that was England.
Yeah.
They were obsessed with it. They had like government fucking inquiries into it for like the entire decade of the 80s and never found shit except like a couple pranksters who admitted, yeah, it was me. I made the crop circles as like a little art project.
We need to get the NYPD and Eric Adams over here to do a perp walk with this old farmer and his plank of wood that he used to create a crop circle.
Underwhelming.
But anyways, here's the Daily Mail with people getting real sick. I mean, we're getting sick of these drones, but they're getting sick of it.
Yeah.
Residents in New Jersey and the wider tri-state area claim they have become mysteriously ill after seeing drones in the sky. After witnessing or reading about the devices, residents revealed how they started coughing, suffering from a blocked or runny nose, or experiencing puffed, watery eyes.
It's December.
One woman in New Jersey said she became so sick it felt like she was coughing up my lungs.
It's December.
While a second in New York City said her blocked sinuses must be because of the drones over Staten Island.
It is December, ma'am.
DailyMail.com heard from another New Jersey resident who said they had developed a stuffy nose and swollen running eyes after the drones flew over their home. The doctors, those pesky doctors.
Those big know-it-alls down at the hospital.
Those eggheads. Doctors.
Fucking dorks.
Doctors told the DailyMail.com after reviewing the symptoms that it was extremely unlikely these sicknesses were linked to the drones. They pointed out it was now the start of flu season.
Never heard of it.
And other illnesses like COVID, RSV, and norovirus become more common around this time.
No, I don't think so. Nice try.
It's definitely the drones.
I have never gotten a runny nose right before Christmas.
Sir,
this has never happened.
I can't come in. I'm sick. A lot of people are sick. You're going to have to come in anyway. This is America. You don't just call out sick for work. No. You don't understand. I got my sickness from the mysterious drones that have been flying over our state. Oh!
Well, stay the hell away from me.
Yeah, we don't want any of that alien intergalactic germ stuff on us.
No way.
Take the week off.
No fucking way. But while it's pretty funny and a little bit sad to see people convince themselves that the non-existent drones are getting them sick, we do have to agree with them on this one. We are also getting sick of hearing about these drones.
That's right.
Mostly because it's really frustrating to witness just how stupid some people are. Lots of people. Luckily, the FAA is doing something about it, and there's definitely not going to be any more drone sightings going forward. Folks, it's over. I hope you had fun.
They're going to perp walk that drone.
Obviously, that's not true. The idiots are going to keep on posting videos and filing false reports until the coverage of it all dies down from just oversaturation. But the FAA is actually putting restrictions in place that might reduce the number of things in the sky and also gives them the authority to impose harsh penalties for people who do defy the order. Do and will.
This is going to happen.
Here's the New York Times with more.
The Federal Aviation Administration has issued a month-long ban on drone flights over a large swath of New Jersey. The first broad prohibition of its kind since the authorities began investigating a spate of sightings last month that set off fear and speculation. The ban began late on Wednesday and will continue through January 17th, according to an FAA alert. only drone pilots authorized to operate for national defense, law enforcement, or disaster response purposes are permitted to send the unmanned crafts aloft.
Stay on target.
The flight restrictions in the 22 regions apply only to drones. But pilots operating unmanned devices who fail to adhere to the no-fly rules may face swift consequences, including having drones intercepted and being questioned or detained by federal officials, FAA policy states. So look, hey, no more flying your drones in New Jersey, which is probably going to suck, because there's certainly going to be a lot of people getting drones for Christmas. Yeah. But now, for sure, anything that people see in the night sky, now that this drone ban is in effect, the government has said that anything left in the night sky is clearly, definitely either aliens or Iranians.
Or maybe the aliens and Iranians have teamed up.
It's both. Maybe it's both.
Yeah.
Yep.
Scary.
It's the only explanation now that all drones have been grounded. Yeah.
Truth is out there.
There's a big, giant drone with lots of little window lights on the side and clearly marked FAA lights that are flashing. Looks like it's heading towards Newark Airport. I should give someone a call.
The aliens would disguise themselves as a 737.
Yeah.
Seems like something they would do. Anyway, we've made fun of New Jersey enough over the past week or so. It is time to tell all of you about the stupid shit that happens right here in our beautiful, kind of excessively warm right now, city of Los Angeles. Like how earlier this week, our city's deputy mayor called in a bomb threat to City Hall. And between that and Luigi's perp walk, we're really starting to think that America is Gotham after all.
Yeah.
And there is no hero that we deserve. We don't deserve a hero.
All right, maybe the dog from the new Superman trailer. But then again, that dog's name is Crypto. Bad time.
I will not, don't even talk to me about crypto. It's just an insane sentence to read. The deputy mayor of a large metropolitan city called in a bomb threat to City Hall, where he works.
Yeah.
But apparently that's what happened. He has since been raided by the FBI as they try to figure out if he's actually the one responsible. And if so, why?
Yeah.
Why would you go and do that? Maybe he's just even thrilled. Here's the AP. FBI agents searched the home of a Los Angeles deputy mayor this week as part of an investigation into whether he made a bomb threat against City Hall, officials said. A statement from the office of Mayor Karen Bass said she was notified of Tuesday's search at the residence of Brian K. Williams, her deputy mayor for public safety, as part of a probe into an alleged threat. The Los Angeles Police Department confirmed that officers responded earlier this year to a bomb threat against City Hall.
Our initial investigation revealed that the source of the threat was likely from Brian Williams, deputy mayor for public safety, the department said in a statement Wednesday. Due to the department's working relationship with Mr. Williams, the investigation was referred to the FBI. The FBI remains the investigating agency. Williams' attorney, Dimitri Gorin, told the Los Angeles Times that his client strongly maintains his innocence and intends to vigorously fight the allegation. Zach Seidel, a spokesperson for Bass, said Williams has been placed on administrative leave. He has a lengthy career of public service and is presumed innocent of these allegations, Gorin said. Williams has spent nearly 2 years as a deputy mayor in Bass's office, working on issues such as police hiring, public safety spending, and the search for a new police chief. Now, I mean, it is LA, so it's also just as likely that the local police set him up, because calling a bomb threat into City Hall, it seems like a pretty extreme tactic to jump to, especially considering this guy has worked in the local government for 3 decades.
Yeah, yeah, that is an interesting theory.
It's a very strange time in LA politics right now, and
When is it not?
I know, but yeah, it just seems pretty out of character for this to happen, but could have been. Maybe he had to take a big shit.
Yeah, maybe he just didn't want to go to a meeting.
Yeah, this could have been an email.
Yeah. Anyway, very interesting. Looking forward to more details on that, because otherwise it's fucking ridiculous.
Yeah.
But now that we've caught you up on all that, we do have more news for you, including Mr. Beast potentially receiving an ancient mummy's curse.
Oh, you can't wish for luxuries at times like these, Elliot.
But that's going to have to wait just a quick second, because we have to thank today's sponsors for supporting the show. And today we're starting with Manscaped. For some, it's the most wonderful time of the year, and for others, it's just another round of dodging questions about your love life while trying not to look like you just crawled out of a cave. Enter the Performance Package 5.0 Ultra by Manscaped to save your dignity this holiday season. Don't be that family member who shows up solo and scruffy to yet another holiday gathering. Get your winter overgrowth under control with the Weed Whacker 2.0 and let the Lawnmower 5.0 Ultra help you seal the deal this cuffing season. Who knows, you might even outshine your weird uncle who's still rocking that goatee from 1985 and claim your spot at the top of the sibling power rankings. Join the over 11 million men worldwide who trust Manscaped and get ready for kickoff by heading over to manscaped.com. Use the code NEWSDUMP for 20% off plus free shipping. Trust me, you'll be drafting the real MVP of grooming this season. It's going to be a touchdown for your balls and your face.
Give me the MVP of grooming, of gooning. You and your uncle going after the same ladies. Well, you're going to want
Step aside,
The Performance Package 5.0 Ultra is your ultimate holiday helper, taking care of everything from below-the-waist maintenance to taming those low-nose near hairs. Think of it as your seasonal survival kit, keeping you clean, confident, and ready to dominate cuffing season and all the festive gatherings ahead. The Lawnmower 5.0 Ultra Groin and Body Hair Trimmer is the star of your holiday grooming lineup. The Lawnmower 5.0 Ultra delivers precise, smooth trimming every time. It's reliable, efficient, and ready to perform, whether you're prepping for a holiday date night, an office party, or just staying fresh for family gatherings. The Performance Package 5.0 Ultra doesn't just stop at grooming essentials. It also comes with 2 holiday bonuses: the Boxers 2.0 Midnight Bravo and the Shed 2.0 Toiletry Bag. These premium extras make sure you're always ready to jingle and mingle, whether at home or on the go. So get 20% off plus free shipping with the code NEWSDUMP at manscaped.com. That is 20% off plus free shipping with the code NEWSDUMP at manscaped.com. Stay on top of your grooming game and be ready for anything the season throws it your way.
This episode is also brought to you by Factors. Notice how days are shorter, but your to-do lists aren't? Power through your busy days with Factors. No prep, no mess meals. From breakfast to dinner and anything between, Factor has easy, nutritious options to keep you fueled and feeling your best. Whether you like routine or you enjoy mixing things up, Factor has you covered with 35 different delicious meals every week and over 60 additional convenience options that you can add to your box, like keto cookies, pressed juices, and smoothies. Don't let shorter days slow you down. Stay energized with America's #1 ready-to-eat meal delivery service. Factor lets you do you. Choose from 6 main proteins to help you manage calories, maximize protein intake, avoid meat, or simply eat well-balanced. Because Factor's meals are chef-prepared and dietitian-approved, you're going to love not only how Factor's meals taste, but also how they support your goals. And Factor is cheaper than takeout and dining out, so you can put that extra cash you save towards holiday shopping.
You made it look
Find
easy,
guilt-free comfort foods like home-style chicken and gravy and loaded mashed potato pork chops. Feel good
plus free shipping while your subscription is active.
Yeah, all right, now back into the news and straight into a story that I really, honestly only put in this episode so that I could have a reason to Photoshop Mr. Beast's face onto that incredible meme of the white pharaoh. And so that is alleged to originate...
No, that's what the pharaoh looked like.
That's the meme about this is that it originated from an American textbook, which it's not true, though the fact that you believe it says a lot about our society.
Yeah.
But it actually turns out it's just marketing material for a mobile slot machine game.
Well, that's what I was raised. That's how I learned all my
history.
my 3 R's.
Yeah.
Reading, writing, and arithmetic. That's why I don't know how to spell arithmetic.
Tell us everything you know about Genghis Khan. Well, when you get 5 Genghis Khans in a row, you get 10,000 tokens. And you can drink for free while you're playing.
That's right.
Anyways, Mr. Beast, the Beast Man. He is apparently
everyone's favorite YouTuber.
Yeah. Mr. Beast has apparently rented out the Great Pyramids of Giza for 100 hours straight so that he can create content. Which, I mean, it just goes to show you that everything on Earth, no matter how historically significant or culturally protected, is available for the right price. From Newsweek's reporting on this,
Mr. Beast, who was born James Donaldson.
That's such funny reporting. It's just like he legally changed his name.
Let me just dead name Mr. Beast for you for a second. Mr. Beast, who was born James Donaldson, told Olympian Noah Lyles on his podcast Beyond the Records that he plans to rent the 3 Great Pyramids for 100 hours to explore and video his experiences for his YouTube channel. The YouTuber said he is excited about going through all the rooms and the tombs and that kind of stuff, though he does not believe in ghosts. We got all 3 of the pyramids of Egypt for 100 hours, Mr. Beast said. I'm going to do a video where they're going to let me explore anywhere I want to in the pyramids for 100 hours. So we're going to sleep at the pyramids all to ourselves. We worked with the Egyptian government. Obviously, Mr. Beast becoming the first verifiable victim of an actual mummy's curse would be the most entertaining outcome. But based on the year that he's had so far, it feels like he might already be cursed. I mean, yeah, he's an extremely popular person who you would assume has a lot of money. But he really does seem to spend everything on his productions, and there's just a void of happiness that you can feel while staring into his eyes. I think he's doing just fine. When you factor in all the crypto scams, the rug pulls that he ran.
Financially, he's doing great, but
the fact that I've never seen him do a complete smile where the mouth angles upwards, that tells me this man is not happy. Maybe he's smiling through the pain.
either way, his first and potentially last attempt at breaking into traditional media is finally available over on Amazon. Though,
Beast Games.
as you're probably already aware, Beast Games has had its own share of controversy.
I didn't see it, but a lot of people were posting that it was like Al Michaels or some sports announcer was like, all right, and be sure to tune into Beast Games.
Oh, on one NFL broadcast?
Yeah, and those people just did not say what the fuck.
No, it was reading about it. But yeah, it's had plenty of controversies, including the way that it treated its contestants. And there are two more bits of information that have just come to light as the show premiered. One of which was a confidentiality agreement that contestants were forced to sign, which says they would be sued for up to $500,000 if they were to leak any information from the set of the competition series. According to Business Insider, the terms within the leaked documents, quote, prohibit contestants from disclosing information about the show, which debuts Thursday on Amazon Prime Video. Contestants who break the agreement before the last episode airs must pay the producer and network $500,000 for each breach. After the last episode airs, each breach would cost contestants $100,000, the document said. The documents also ask contestants to agree that their portrayal in the program may be disparaging, defamatory, embarrassing, or of an otherwise unfavorable nature, and may expose them to public ridicule, humiliation, or condemnation.
I mean, I think this is pretty standard reality TV stuff, but it is funny seeing it from like YouTube's Good Boy.
Yeah. Yes.
The only leaks from this show I've heard is that post-production was an absolute fucking shit show because of the clash of cultures between how YouTube videos are edited and how broadcast television is edited, and it just made everything significantly.
Oh, I'm sure that the traditional media people were fucking pulling their hair out at every direction.
That's the vibe I got from the things I've heard.
And the only other leaks were coming from, you know, people on the set and contestants themselves who were like, one of the gnarlier ones were just like, apparently they weren't taking dietary restrictions into account. And as we saw, like last week,
someone died.
A fucking influencer died at a promotional event.
There's no peanuts in this, right? I will literally die. Like,
I think it's fine. Yeah, I think we got all the dietary restrictions. So yeah, that's a fucking big deal.
Yeah. Ugh. Yeah. But over on the more traditional side of the entertainment industry, it looks like a bunch of music industry titans abused a pandemic relief program that they used to enrich themselves instead of keeping people employed and keeping venue doors open during those brutal months of lockdown. What? PPP loan fraud from the music industry? What? In their reporting, Jack Newsham and Catherine Long, while writing for Business Insider, went into details about a few artists in particular. Lil Wayne, DJ Marshmello, Fortnite's DJ Marshmello, Chris Brown, and the bands Shinedown and Alice in Chains, not the real Alice in Chains. The entirety of their reporting is worth a read, but the amount of money that these artists were able to acquire only to spend on themselves and their lavish lifestyles is infuriating. Yeah. We could have gotten so much free money from the government, but our goddamn ethics got in the way.
Yeah.
Curse my ethics.
Yeah.
Here's just a few select quotes from their reporting. Links to the full articles always down below. A Business Insider investigation found Lil Wayne received an $8.9 million grant from a little-known pandemic relief program that he used to cover more than 2 years' worth of spending on luxury hotel stays, designer clothes, and travel to and from nightclub appearances around the country.
The rapper, whose real name is Dwayne Carter Jr., spent more than $1.3 million from the grant on private jet flights and over $460,000 on clothes and accessories, many of them from high-end brands like Gucci and Balenciaga. He billed taxpayers more than $175,000 for expenses related to a music festival promoting his marijuana brand, GKUA, including clothing for artists associated with his record label. He also used grant money to cover nearly $15,000 worth of flights and luxury hotel rooms for women whose connection to Lil Wayne's touring operation was unclear, including a waitress at a Hooters-type restaurant and a porn actress.
They were there so you could fuck them.
Yes, that's probably right.
Yeah.
They go into a breakdown of his expenses and then speak about how artists, their accountants, and money managers made a real killing during the whole pandemic thing. Wow. The government's just throwing money away.
Yeah.
It would be silly if we didn't take some of that. I mean, I know it's supposed to go to people in need, but
After all, why shouldn't I?
they secured massive loans for acts who never needed them in the first place.
Yeah, meanwhile, every venue in Los Angeles that I actually enjoyed going to shut down within like a month.
Or was in complete destitute begging for money. Yeah,
e-begging.
So the reporting continues.
The money came from a program called the Shuttered Venue Operators Grant, signed into law by Trump in 2020 and championed by lawmakers including Senator Chuck Schumer. It was established as a lifeline for struggling independent venues and arts groups during the pandemic. Accounting firms and money managers soon realized their stadium-filling musician clients might be eligible for grant money via their loan-out companies, corporate entities used to handle the business of touring. Grants awarded to clients of one high-powered entertainment business management firm, NKSFB, totaled at least $207 million, Business Insider previously reported. NKSFB itself collected more than $7 million by helping its clients obtain the grants. They reached out to Lil Wayne for comment, and according to their reporting, he made a sexually explicit overture to the reporter and did not respond to questions.
Wow.
They also they go into some specifics related to other artists, and apparently DJ Marshmallow and Chris Brown were some of the words. Chris Brown, a bad person?
Damn, his reputation's gonna be tarnished now.
I'm
the guy
shocked.
who is everyone is constantly shocked that he still has a career. That guy?
Yeah, he seems so pure, so kind.
Chris Brown spent his grant on a big paycheck and a big party. Of the $10 million grant Brown's company, CBE Touring, received, $5.1 million went to Brown personally. He also billed taxpayers nearly $80,000 for his 33rd birthday party. While the grant was meant to support live entertainment, Brown also charged $24,000 to the grant for the cost of driving his tour bus from the U.S. to Tulum, Mexico, and back in fall 2020 during a month-long stay for him and his entourage in a resort town where he did not perform. Marshmallow, whose real name is Christopher Comstock, received a $9.9 million grant. More than a year later, when the SBA asked for proof of where it went, his business manager, Stephen McCauley of NKSFB, responded by saying all the money went into Comstock's pocket. Quote, because the beneficiary received 2019 officer draws/salary from 365 Touring International, Inc. in excess of the SVOG grant award, we therefore expense the entire grant balance to payroll, McCauley wrote in an April 2023 letter seen by Business Insider. In other words, because Comstock made more than $9.9 million from touring in 2019, he was able to award himself the entire grant. In doing so, Comstock paid himself more than any other musician who received grant money.
These people should all be in prison.
Yeah, he basically was like, I made more than $9.9 million in 2019 touring, which again was probably the final, like the height of EDM.
Yeah.
It was probably like 2014, 2015 or so.
And the height of Fortnite.
But yes, 2019 was definitely, for Marshmallow, probably a career high. He was like, well, I mean, I made the money last year. The government owes me that much money this year. Is insane. And there is so much more to this story, including detailed breakdowns of how these affluent artists spent hundreds of thousands, if not millions, of your dollars by exploiting government programs meant to save small artists and local venues. It is gross.
They were just listening to the question marks guy.
Yeah.
Government money for you!
Oh! All their managers are dressed like that.
Yeah.
But seriously, please go check out the full reporting. They did a wonderful job on this. There's even if you don't like to read, there's a bunch of great infographics to show everything. But,
yeah, this is upsetting.
Yeah.
Fuck these people.
Exactly.
Throw them in a dungeon.
Mm-hmm. But let's finish out the episode with some updates on the Hornets. And
the Charlotte Hornets, my favorite NBA team.
You joke, but that is one of the stories.
Oh.
There's two stories involving Hornets, in fact, and both end up having a happy ending.
Okay.
Despite a few hiccups along the way.
So we're talking about basketball and not those pesky murder Hornets.
No, we're starting with the murder Hornets, Elliot.
Okay.
Their attempted invasion of these United States, and the fact that, according to agricultural officials, these beasts have successfully been eradicated from our land. 4 years after they first appeared in the Pacific Northwest. They are gone. Do not come back.
Big if true.
Yeah. With more on this very big win, which we all needed right now. Here's the Washington Post.
The buzz about the Hornets began in 2020 with viral warnings that the native Asian species could kill off entire hives as it spread into new territory, decapitating local bees and feeding the leftover thoraxes to their young. For Washington residents, the Hornet reports were another horror lurking outside their doors at a time when most had already been shut by the coronavirus pandemic. But this month, trappers in Washington took down the last trap set for the Hornets, marking 3 years without any confirmed detections and the conclusion of a mission supported by beekeepers, community members, and state and federal officials. "I'm thrilled," said Ruthie Danielson, the beekeeper involved in the eradication efforts. "I understand how rare it is to stop an invasive species." This is great, and it's listen, I'm sure if you looked at the line item, the invoice of what it cost to tackle this problem, it would seem like a lot of money, but it was worth the cost. It was worth the effort, because this would have been really fucking bad.
That's the problem
for U.S. agriculture.
Is there is nothing more American than never paying the upfront cost and only dealing with something after it's too late. So this is such a rare win.
Yeah.
And compared to other probably government programs, this is probably cheap. This is like 1 or 2 Chris Brown birthday parties.
Yeah, yeah.
This is like 1 year of marshmallow touring at most.
But I mean, this was an example of the government, like the state government, recognizing that this was a big fucking problem and devoting resources to doing something about it.
Yeah. It's what you like to see.
It would be cool if the federal government would look at something like there are other looming catastrophes on the horizon and maybe be proactive about dealing with them regardless of how much it costs, because the problem will only get harder to deal with as more time progresses. That would be nice if that was an approach that was ever fucking taken.
Why would we want to repair our crumbling infrastructure like our beautiful bridges when we can just wait around for a foreign company to crash a boat into them?
Yeah. Why am I going to
sue them for
Why am I going to pay a demo company to tear down this bridge when it's going to do the damn job itself?
Yeah, I just handed the captain a bottle of whiskey and said, good luck.
Yeah. You know how more expensive it would have been to demolish the Francis Scott Key Bridge? That ship captain did it for us for free.
That's right. Well, the following year, 3 more murder hornet nests were destroyed. For years, a crew of trappers checked in on their work tracking the hornets, sometimes doing so in pouring rain and through the smoke of wildfires. But since September 23, 2021, there have been no confirmed hornet detections. The state's last trap was taken down on December 5th, a signal that it eliminated its bee-thirsty threat. On Wednesday, state and federal agricultural officials declared the eradication a victory. Washingtonians celebrated the win online, including Governor Jay Inslee, who wrote on Facebook, "And don't come back."
Tell him, Jay.
Sven Eric Spitzker, an entomologist for Washington's Agriculture Department, said in a news conference Wednesday that the state would keep monitoring hornet species that are invasive. He noted that officials in Georgia and South Carolina are fighting against a threat of their own, the yellow-legged hornet. The battle will continue, Spitzker said. We will continue to be vigilant.
Yeah, and again, like, this was a fun story. Like, I loved them being like, okay.
Their suits were really cool, too.
Yeah, the suits, that whole day where they were just like, they brought out when they found the hive and they sucked them all up. But before that, they were like, and this is a question everyone has, like, how do you find, it's like a needle in a haystack. And they came up with the plan of, like, setting traps all over the place and like having people call like immediately if you see one. We'll come down there and we will glue a tiny little radio transmitter onto that bee, release it, and then just hope on that big old hornet, and just hope that our radio transmitters, we can like, we can triangulate where the fuck it's going before it gets out of range. And they managed to actually do it. It's crazy. These people are heroes.
I love a win. Yes, actual heroes. There you go.
But with those hornets gone, the focus of the entire country's ire was set on another group of hornets, the Charlotte Hornets.
Elliot's beloved basketball team.
No. I don't want people getting the wrong idea here. I like their logo. I don't even know if they still have it, but it had like a cool 90s bee in a basketball uniform.
Well,
Hornet, sorry.
That bee, Elliot, as much as you love him, turns out to be the villain in this story.
Uh-oh.
Hornet.
So, yeah, the Charlotte Hornets are obviously an NBA basketball team, and they destroyed the hopes and dreams of a child during the holidays before ultimately correcting their mistake and potentially stopping this kid's villain arc from fully taking shape.
Yeah, good on them.
Basically, the team was doing a little promo during a recent game. Kids submitted things that they wanted for Christmas. They pulled a kid from the crowd who had asked for a PlayStation for Christmas. They had the Hornets mascot hand him a PlayStation in front of the crowd, only to take it away from him when the cameras were turned off. What? You can't do that. No. So, yeah, a real diabolically evil move for a team to pull on Christmas. Now, to be fair, they gave the kid a jersey after. Oh, a jersey. But it's kind of shitty to get a kid's hopes up with a gift they really want, only to then take it away from them after the cheers have settled down, after you've gotten credit for being so generous to this child. They did eventually make it right, though, after plenty of public pressure. Here's CNN.
The Charlotte Hornets have apologized for appearing to gift a PlayStation 5 to a child during an on-court skit, only to later take it back from him off camera. The incident, which occurred during Monday's game against the Philadelphia 76ers, was captured in a post on X that now has 4.5 million views. The post shows the Hornets mascot, Hugo, dressed as Santa Claus, handing the PlayStation 5 to a young fan, who takes the gift with a mixture of shock and delight on his face. However, the X user, who said the child is his best friend's nephew, said Hornets staff later took the PlayStation back from the boy off camera and handed him a jersey instead. Speaking to local outlet Queen City News, QCN, the boy's uncle, Alexi Phillips, said a Hornets staff member whispered to him beforehand that the kids were not going to keep the presents they received on the court.
What?
Crucially, this information was not relayed to his 13-year-old nephew, who Phillips said is called Jack.
I mean, at least he's 13. Like, if this was an 8-year-old, this would be even more evil.
Yeah.
13, still
It's about time to have your hopes crushed at 13.
You got to learn sooner or later, kid. This is what life is like.
He should have smacked it out of his hand, actually.
But, like, what the you can't do this.
Yeah, it's kind of fucked up.
At this point, everybody thinks that Jack is going to get his PS5, including all the dancers, all the cheerleaders. Everybody basically, like, starts congratulating him, Phillips told QCN. There was even a Hornets dancer who actually gave him the PS5. She starts to pack it up for him in the bag. Then we get kind of like all the way to the backstage, and, you know, the guy who kind of found us in the first place, he starts to kind of take it away. And everybody thinks he's joking because nobody would think he'd be taking the PS5 from the kid. It got pretty awkward because eventually he had to make it clear that he wasn't joking. The Hornets later apologized, saying the incident was an on-court skit that missed the mark. What? The skit included bad decision-making and poor communication. Simply put, we turned the ball over and we apologize, the Hornets said in a statement posted by WCNC Charlotte reporter Nick Carboni. We have reached out to the family and are committed to not only making it right, but to exceeding expectations. We will be providing the fan with the PS5 that he should have taken home last night, along with a VIP experience to a future game.
The B's going to punch him in the gut next time.
We're going to bring him to another game. We're going to offer him a Rolls Royce. And then we're going to set it on fire in front of him.
We're going to run him over with it.
Yeah.
It's so
I just
funny.
don't understand, like, how did they think, what were they going for?
I have no clue.
I don't understand. Like, did they really think, like, first of all, calling it a skit is very odd.
Yeah,
but
usually it's like, they'll have, like, an opposing team's fan, or they'll have an employee dressed up as an employee.
Yeah.
They'll do something like that. Or, like, even in the stretch of an imagination where they, for some reason, are playing a prank on a child with the expressed consent of his uncle or something, where, like, imagine if this was like a 76ers fan. Like, yeah, we stole a PlayStation from because he likes the 76ers.
Yeah. It's like when Gritty, like, pours a fucking picture of beer.
Yeah, but that's all staged.
I know.
This isn't staged. This is insane. Yeah, it's a harsh thing to do, especially, like, I don't know how fucking good the Charlotte Hornets are, but, like, you'd have to assume they would have it in their, what I assume to be tens of millions, hundreds of millions of dollars budget.
Yeah, they can afford
for a fucking PS5.
Yeah. They've probably got like dozens of them in the fucking locker room.
They probably could get some for free from Sony for promotion for things exactly like this.
Very strange. I just don't understand.
Anyways, a Christmas miracle. He's going to get a VIP experience so that he doesn't have a negative...
We're going to take the boy to a strip club. VIP.
Yeah, he's going to get 100 hours with those cheerleaders.
Yeah, in the pyramids.
In the pyramids. With Mr. Beast there, too.
He gets to call in one bomb threat.
Hey, it's Mr. Beast's home team, too.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
I bet he shows up in the locker room after going, great job, guys.
I'm just going to go ahead and take all the gifts that I donated today back.
Happy hunting.
Anyways, that's it for this week's episode of News Dump. We have one more episode for you this year. It's a little thing called Weekly Weird News. But after that, and only after that, not right now, only after that episode, we will be taking a week and a half or so.
It's Joker for the rest of the year.
Yep, for at least the rest of the year. So, if you had a great time, no one had a great time this year, especially this month. But if you enjoyed the past 360-something days of the year with us, filling out some time for you, creating some content, and making you laugh, making you cry inadvertently, or just giving you something to do, please consider hitting the join button or the thank button and contributing towards next year's funding goals. But if you just want to watch the show, that is completely fine. You can help out by clicking the like button. Take a second, click that button. We wouldn't ask if it didn't work. You just click it. Make sure you're subscribed to the channel. Leave a comment. Discuss whatever you want below. What presents would you steal from a child? Put those in the comments below, and we will see you soon for some weekly weird news. And after that, we're gone. Bye-bye.
Location secure. Maintain current posture. We lost Alpha. We lost C. Losing B. Taking Alpha. Securing Charlie.
Capture underway.
We've given up the lead.
Using scout bots.
Controlling Bravo.
Hostile flashbang.
Zone Charlie. Zone A secure.
So I've been wanting to make this video for quite a while, since there has been like this crazy obsession with RFK Jr.'s like workout routine and physique for a guy pushing 70 and stuff. And obviously he might get confirmed to oversee the Department of Health and Human Services. And a lot of people are cheering this because they're like, look at RFK's physique. He looks better than other health officials, therefore we can trust him on health. And yeah, to a lot of people that does sound insane. A guy who is an absolute like nut job, believes in some of the most crazy conspiracy theories when it comes to COVID, vaccines and everything. A guy who really doesn't have any right to oversee a department like this. It's only because he is really obsessed with this stuff. And he cares about it in a really fringe, radical way, which could be terrible for the world. Like him taking back vaccines for stuff that is really being eradicated, like polio, is just so insanely dangerous. And also, a lot of the stuff he's proposing could lead to a new global pandemic. Like started by one guy overseeing something like this. Regardless, anyway, I want to talk about the aesthetics of health today, and someone like RFK Jr., who is in physically good shape. But does that really do anything, really, when it comes to knowledge about health? Because, yeah, bodybuilders look great, don't they? Bodybuilders work out all the time. Bodybuilders sometimes even eat pretty healthy as well. Bodybuilders also die a lot in their 30s, even in their 20s. And are we going to say the average person should take health advice from a bodybuilder? But they look way better. So why wouldn't we? They look better than the average person. They might even be more educated on general nutrition and stuff. So why shouldn't we listen to them? And what it really boils down to is, in this just dystopian hell world, we're just bombarded, especially as men, with the ideal physique that really can't be achieved without endangering your actual health or taking some sort of steroid or supplement. Even RFK Jr. is taking testosterone, and this is something he probably shouldn't be taking, but he is. So he's not achieving this naturally, but he is raging against things that he deems like unnatural in food and medicine. So I just want to talk about this from my perspective a little bit. Just something I've been going through recently. So it was quite funny. I posted pictures from my last game of the football year, the end of 2024. A load of the comments were like, "Oh my god, like I thought you were like fat or something. Like I don't know if you've got a large head or were big or something." Anyway, quite mean comments about that. Like saying some shit about my body, but it's fine. But anyway, I was thinking about this because people were saying all this stuff to me, and I'm in like physically good shape. I always have been, but something I did recently is I injured my back pretty bad playing playing football. I've never really injured my back, but it's quite scary because you don't want to be like having crippling back pain for the rest of your life. So I've been watching so many YouTube videos from physios. Physios who just talk about how to rehab your back, physios talking about conditioning and all this stuff to strengthen different parts of just your core to help alleviate the stress in your back. And guess what? Not all of them were the peak of physical health in terms of they weren't all shredded, they weren't all like extremely muscly. Not even all of them were in like good shape at all. But that doesn't matter. Like, I'm asking them how to be physically healthy and help me both recover and strengthen something in my body. How they look is actually irrelevant. If they specialize in physiotherapy and they have credibility, I'm gonna believe them. Can you imagine going to like a physio in person and maybe they're a little bit, I don't know, chubby or something? You're like, nah, not for me. I'm not going to listen to you because I have muscles and I'm slim and you're not. So obviously you don't actually know what you're talking about. And it's the same with going to a doctor. If you are going to a doctor with health problems and they tell you to cut down on alcohol or cut down on fast food or chocolate and something, and they might be larger than you or whatever, you wouldn't say to them, oh yeah, but I look better than you. So what are you talking about? Again, the complete rejection of specialised like health information based on the way someone looks is crazy, but it is a thing, and it's a thing that you consistently see with so many of these fringe people. Like, how can you be an expert in health if you don't have a six-pack and you're not absolutely jacked? Because we all know if you are jacked and have a six-pack, you must know health well, because we associate wrongly health with physical appearance, which doesn't even boil down to fitness a lot of the time. It's just people juicing and doing weights all the time. It doesn't mean their heart is healthy, doesn't mean their lungs are healthy, doesn't mean their blood is healthy, doesn't mean any of these things. And you can have people with a way higher body fat percentage who might even be like verging on obese, who are healthier than people with very, very big muscles. Because that is just not the way health works. Health is all about basically your insides. And yeah, being bigger can be bad for your health, it can be bad for your heart, it can be bad for your lungs, it can be bad for your back, it can be bad for your knees. No one is really denying that. At the same time, just because you do physically look good in the image that we love at the moment, which is just like ripped and big at the same time, doesn't really mean anything. And here's what I'm talking about, if you guys didn't know. So if you go on Twitter, type in RFK, and you might see this anyway, but if you type in RFK, like health or whatever, so here's one. Here's the old Belgian Minister of Health, a woman called Maggie de Block, who is like visibly overweight. And here is RFK Jr. and Dr. Eli David, probably a wonderful doctor, saying Belgium pro-science, US anti-science. So basically what this guy is saying is if you are in physically good shape, that must mean you know everything about health. You know everything about the science behind it, nutrition, medicine, vaccines. Oh wait, RFK doesn't know anything about those things. He's just an absolute conspiracy theorist. And if you see more, there's another person who is called Dr. Rachel Levine. And for some reason, a lot of people think RFK is taking her job. She's not actually the head of the department. She is an assistant secretary for health in the department. But again, they're showing pictures like, even Nancy Mace is writing this, Ollie London. Who would you trust more with healthcare? RFK Jr. or Rachel Levine? And just, you see so many posts like this, right? Who would you trust with healthcare? Person who is like an older woman, who might be a bit more overweight, or would you trust RFK Jr.? And again, why does it matter? And here is something that's funny, like this is such an American tweet. Anything Maggie the Block tells us to not do, we should do in full force. She isn't healthy at all. That doesn't matter. The criteria for top jobs in government and science, or just health in general, isn't, are you the most muscular and healthy person who ever lived in the world? Okay, then we'll give you a job in this. By this logic, I am more qualified for a job as health secretary, health minister than, I don't know, both these people, Dr. Rachel Levine and Maggie the Block. I'm more qualified. Stick me in, because by the only virtue of I'm slimmer, and I might be healthier, but I don't know. That's the qualification I've got. So stick me in there. I'll help Belgium and the US become healthier by me being a bit slimmer. again, it's so
Semtex.
ridiculous, but this is what works in the propaganda. And if you even challenge it for like 2 seconds, you can see how ridiculous it is. Because to have the knowledge of how to be healthy doesn't require you to practice it. And obviously there's so many different reasons. So there's obviously age. People struggle with obesity for a variety of reasons. Could be something like addiction, could be something like health problems. People might not be able to be that mobile based on certain health problems. So why do they need that fucking massive? If they know the theory of how to be a healthy human inside, why the fuck does it matter what it doesn't, of course. It doesn't. But again, let's talk about this a bit more. So RFK Jr., of course, is someone who talks about like natural stuff, no seed oils, all that garbage, was cut into eating McDonald's with Elon Musk and Donald Trump. But an article saying RFK Jr.'s testosterone regimen is almost reasonable. And it just says here, RFK Jr.'s personal healthcare routine is perplexing in its inconsistencies. He decries seed oils despite near scientific consensus. They're harmless. He drinks raw milk, which has been proved to get people sick. And he takes testosterone as part of his anti-aging routine while insisting he's not on anabolic steroids. So in terms of the downsides of taking testosterone on RE70, so Stephen Nissen, a cardiologist who's been involved in testosterone research, had published a paper showing that testosterone supplementation was associated with an increase in bone fractures. The hormone, he told me, should not be used as a counter review. The FDA too said that testosterone shouldn't be prescribed to aging men experiencing natural decline because the benefits and safety of this have not been established. Every doctor I spoke with was emphatic that only men with low testosterone levels should be on the drug, and the long-term side effects of what's called hyper supplementation are largely unknown, and some evidence suggests that benefits are limited when a man is already in the normal testosterone range. Landon Trost, who helped write the testosterone treatment guidelines for the American Urological Association, told me, many doctors are also understandably cautious about prescribing the drug to people who don't have an actual medical condition because it's been abused for decades by athletes and healthy men looking to improve their physique. Advertising from telehealth companies, along with data showing that a sizable portion of men who get testosterone don't even get their levels checked beforehand, lends credence to their fears. So RFK is essentially like ignoring this advice, and I'm honestly pretty sure he's probably on other stuff as well, not just testosterone supplements or whatever. But yeah, again, just because he looks good doesn't mean we should follow him. Doesn't mean every 70-year-old should start taking loads of testosterone and doing his workout routine, because they shouldn't. And on top of the other stuff he does, like drinking raw milk, again, his physique does not mean he is healthy, and does not mean everything he does should be done by the general population, because a lot of these things could lead to things like pandemics, especially like an uptick in raw milk consumption for one thing. But speaking on the bodybuilding angle, testosterone is obviously used by a lot of bodybuilders with a whole host of just like illegal and often unregulated supplements. I actually have a friend who's a bodybuilder, and I've asked him, I want to do a video about this general topic about men taking all these things without even the goal of competing in bodybuilding, which is even more insane. Like, I don't really like it anyway in terms of the bodybuilding competition, the type of steroid use that was pioneered by like Arnold Schwarzenegger and stuff. But at the same time, if you aren't competing, doing all this stuff to your health is insane. But no wonder gym bros absolutely love RFK. And just again, physique and looking good aesthetically doesn't mean you're healthy. So here's one. Bodybuilder 28 dies from cardiac arrest at a gym. 28-year-old was reportedly working out with his friends when he suddenly went into cardiac arrest and was rushed to a nearby fire station to receive aid, but the attempts to resuscitate him were futile. He no longer competed as a bodybuilder, but finished in 9th place in the 2018 South American Championships in the men's physique class. Despite retiring from the competition, he liked maintaining his physique while coaching athletes, creating social media content, and running a supplement chain and nutrition line. So here is a guy, here's a picture of him. You could buy supplements from him, you could buy nutrition stuff from him, you could be trained from him. He looks great in physical shape from taking all these supplements and working out a ton and eating a certain way. Should you do this? Is this healthy? Should you do this, or should you listen to people like Dr. Rachel Levine when it comes to health? But she doesn't look like this. Why would I not listen to this guy? Yeah, because people like this die young and doing all this stuff. It just fucks up their heart, right? So he's dead. He's dead because he did this. He's dead because he took supplements. He's dead because he competed in this very, very dangerous sport because of what you do to your body. Should anyone listen to what this guy does? I don't think so. Here's another one. World's most monstrous bodybuilder, Ilya Golem Yefimchek, dead at 36. A Belarusian man known as the world's most monstrous bodybuilder and ate 7 meals a day.
That's fucking weird, bro.
The athlete allegedly suffered a heart attack at home and fell into a coma. He was dubbed the mutant by the bodybuilding world for his staggering 6 foot, 340 pound frame. The disciplined athlete claimed he maintained his 25-inch biceps for a mass monster diet of up to 16,000 calories per day. His 7 daily meals supposedly included over 5 pounds of steak and more than 100 pieces of sushi. He did not compete in bodybuilding, but he shared his workouts online, and he was inspired to start lifting by Arnold Schwarzenegger and Sylvester Stallone. He claimed he'd perform a 600-pound bench press and a 700-pound deadlift and 700-pound squats. This news comes not long after the death of British bodybuilder Neil Curry, 34, and Brazilian competitor Antonio Souza, 26. Curry was found dead in his apartment in 2023, and his parents blamed his passing on prolonged steroid use, and Souza died from cardiac arrest. So many things go into these people dying. Of course, steroid use, like the family blamed, and that probably is a factor. Messing with testosterone too much and estrogen, not having this overseen by medical professionals, taking loads of other supplements, taking really strong pre-workouts, eating loads and loads of red meat. Like this guy was eating so much red meat every single day, all to put a strain on your heart, especially with insane workouts, like doing like basically superhuman feats. All of that together is not going to prolong your life, right? And would you follow the advice of any of these bodybuilders if they came up to you in the gym and said, follow my workout program, including all the supplements I take, all the steroids I take, all my diets and stuff, all the pre-workout, follow that to be healthy? Now, that is an extreme, right? I'm well aware a lot of people, even people who might like RFK or whatever, they will see bodybuilders and be like, that is stupid. That is stupid. I wouldn't do that. I wouldn't start injecting myself with all this stuff. I wouldn't start eating all this stuff, like, to excessive quantities. And I would just be, like, natural, whatever. I'd be very natural. I wouldn't touch any of this stuff. And I get that. At the same time, I'm talking more of the extreme of this way of thinking that the body aesthetics equal someone being healthy. Because that really isn't the case. And we should listen to experts based on their, like, expertise. What PhDs they have, what's their experience. That's when you should listen to someone. Doesn't matter what they look like. Seriously, doesn't matter if they are seriously obese, doesn't matter if they smoke 20 a day, doesn't matter if they eat McDonald's every day. If they have all the knowledge to back it up, and they give you advice which is also consistent more with medical health experts rather than fringe nutcases like RFK, then you know you can trust what they say. And it really doesn't matter. Like I said, when I was going to watch physios for my back, I listened to what these people said because I researched them and they had like credibility, and then I also watched multiple videos to see if these people were speaking stuff that there was a consensus around. I don't even sure these people were legit, and it didn't matter what they looked like because that doesn't matter in terms of physical health. And something I also realised on my back, thankfully it's getting a bit better, I thought to myself, because putting on a little bit of weight, not noticeable, but the weight usually goes to my stomach, and I was thinking I'd rather be bigger and healthier than skinnier and more ripped with loads of issues, because it's not fucking worth it. You realise as you get older, I'm 29 now, that things like permanent pain in knees and backs and everything, like, I don't want to look how I thought I wanted to look when I was like 20. I don't want to be really jacked. I don't want to put my body through that. I've actually scaled down the amount of weights I lift now. Like, I used to do a lot of like 20 kg dumbbell exercises. I've reduced that down to like 14, and I'm happy going even lower because now I just want to maintain fitness, condition my body to serve me for the rest of my life rather than pursue vanity, right? And everything I've been doing the last year and a half, I've been doing to play football, right? I've been conditioning my body to play football, and that means having like a more like slim build and having more strength in my core that can carry my body throughout the games, and having like stronger quads, stronger leg muscles and everything. And if I had a bit more belly fat because of that, and my body could work better, then that's fine, because the body is there to work in a certain way and to be healthy. Like, my diet is better than ever. I don't look better than ever, but I'm more healthy than ever. And that's the thing. I am more healthy now than I have been in my entire life. Do I look the best I've ever looked? No. I looked better when I was 25. Did I eat better then? No. Did I eat more? Did I eat more sugar then? Did I eat more chocolate? Did I eat just worse food? Yeah. So it absolutely means fucking nothing the way you look in terms of your education on things like health. And just because RFK looks good, for for his age, he doesn't fucking matter. He doesn't know what he's talking about in regards to health at all. So that is it for the video. Let me know what you guys think in the comments. And if you made it this far, thank you for
Watch out! Grenade!
Taking place in the funding bill that was supposed to... Here's the new deal that is taking place in the funding bill that was supposed to pass. And then Elon Musk was like, I'm the president. I'm the captain now. How fucking dare you? Let's take a look originally at what was supposed to happen and how, you know, it kind of fell apart.
Begin on Capitol Hill, where lawmakers are racing to avert a government shutdown after President-elect Trump and Elon Musk opposed a bipartisan deal to keep the government running.
Robin, good morning. Well, there is now a lot of uncertainty here. The House was set to vote on a bill to keep the government open, but then Elon Musk got involved, launching a pressure campaign against the bill. And now, with the holidays just around the corner and paychecks for millions of federal workers hanging in the balance, this morning Congress is now scrambling for a plan B. This morning, Republican House Speaker Mike Johnson is back at square one after Elon Musk and President-elect Donald Trump torpedoed a bill to keep the government up and running. Trump now telling Republicans to get smart and tough without telling them exactly what he wants them to do next, criticizing the bipartisan bill for including too much spending.
He's not even president yet.
Republicans not to pass a stripped-down bill without additional spending
I hate this.
unless they also agree to raise the debt limit, saying any Republican that would be so stupid as to do this should and will be primary. The original agreement would have kept the government open until March, with 100...
I'm going to say this is a master class in how everyone should govern and legislate going forward. I'm being super for real about this. This is something that I have routinely criticized the Democrats on. Trump is doing it. He's showing how it's done, where he's not even the president yet. And he's already
I literally just said that.
from the bully pulpit that he will take on, forcing the Republicans' hands to take certain initiatives. Now, the fact that he's doing that at the behest of corporations and the wealthy is one thing, but overall, the principle here is that he's wielding power, and he's doing it before even becoming president. It's also probably much easier for him to do that because the current president, and you might have forgotten about this, is Joseph Robinette Biden, who, according to Wall Street Journal's incredible reporting, literally is brain dead, like medically brain dead. Aides keeping meetings short, controlling access, top advisors acting as go-betweens, and public interactions becoming more scripted. The administration denied that Biden had declined. Just remember, he's still currently the president, and as currently the president, he could at least come out and make statements about this back and forth battle that's taking place in Congress. But in the absence of any sort of interest in doing that, obviously Trump is going to dominate. Joe Biden does not give a shit at all. When you and I complained that Biden wasn't actually whipping votes for Build Back Better, they admit it's totally true. He barely talked to anyone in Congress, had like 2 cabinet meetings a year. We haven't had a president for 4 years, yeah.
$1 billion in disaster aid and billions more for farmers. But Musk, whom Trump has tapped to lead a new government efficiency effort, launched a
I also do want to remind you guys how much people like myself, people like Michael from Pennsylvania, cover like the boring aspect of governance and cover it with an understanding of how like the legislative body works. Whenever people say, oh, you guys are just simply engaging in like vibes-based analysis, they're just saying that because they rely on their audience not to be in here in moments like this. But like I have, Mike has, Majority Report has absolutely covered these sorts of the incompetence of this current administration time and time again in moments like this. I guess it's not at the forefront of our commentary. It doesn't get clipped out. So most people who are oblivious to that will oftentimes go, you just want like bold. You just like to say things. It's so surface level. Your analysis is so surface level.
last-minute pressure campaign against it, blasting the bill as a crime, bloated with wasteful spending. saying anyone who supports it deserves to be voted out in 2 years.
Remember when we instantly recalled that the Republicans fired the parliamentarian in 2001 when he blocked Bush's tax cuts while the Democrats pretended like the parliamentarian controls the Senate? Exactly. I get into the minutia of this process all the time. I understand how it works. And for me, as someone who understands how it works, I still expect the Democrats to do a little bit better than not even bare minimum. You know what I mean? My standards for the Democratic Party as a partisan, even when I'm engaging in like some semblance of like partisan analysis, is so low, and yet they still fail to meet that standards.
There'll be a lot of hard votes in the next couple of years, and it's not always going to be the case that the outside world, the social media audience, is going to be weighing in.
If the government shuts down, millions of federal workers, including service members, would head into the holidays without paychecks. Some would be asked to work anyway, like longtime Library of Congress cafeteria worker Willie Joe Price.
You got a whole lot of people just going to disappoint their children because they're going to have to take do a 360.
Library of Congress.
Think about what they're going to do. Is it worth me buying this for my child, or should I pay my rent?
With peak holiday travel, TSA agents and air traffic controllers would also still have to work without pay. Democratic leaders now blunt.
House Republicans will now own any harm that is visited upon the American people that results from a government shutdown or worse.
So what comes next year? Well, that's the big question, and it's really unclear. The Speaker could try to strip out all of that addition.
By the way, some Freedom Caucus Republicans are saying they're a no on the new Trump-Must bill. Oh, I love those guys, man. Dude, I want to hug and kiss all the Freedom Caucus guys. They have literally averted a devastating border control bill. They did this under Obama when Obama was like trying to, when Obama was working with the Republicans on a bipartisan initiative to cut Social Security, and the Freedom Caucus, the Tea Party caucus said, nah, we're not doing that. It doesn't go hard enough. I love those guys, man. They've saved this country more times than you think. They are the reason why the border bill didn't pass. Those guys have your best interest in mind sometimes. I don't know how the they do that. Their Freedom Caucus is not progressive. They are the least. They are pound for pound the most anti-progressive caucus in the country. They are basically a collection of rabid, oftentimes white nationalists, Koch brothers funded, anarcho-capitalist freaks. But because they are so good at obstructing, they obstruct everything on principle. They're like that guy, what's the name of the dude from Parks and Recreation? That guy, the libertarian guy that works in government just so he can undermine it from within. Ron Swanson, yeah. No, literally, they are the Ron Swanson caucus. They're like the opposite of the Democrats in every way. Democrats do bipartisanship purely for the sake of bipartisanship. They'll be bipartisan on a bill that, like, I don't know, is the orphan crushing machine. Well, look at that. We did it in a bipartisan manner. Aren't we great? The Tea Party caucus, on the other hand, the Freedom Caucus, on the other hand, quite literally is the opposite of that, where they're like, nah, we're going to obstruct regardless because you're not crushing orphans enough.
Funding and spending, and just pass a bill to keep the government up and running. But the fate of that is also in doubt, and the clock is ticking with that deadline looming tomorrow night, Robin.
But Mary, as you said in your report, if they try to pass that stripped-down bill, President-elect Trump says he wants it to include raising the debt limit.
Yeah, Robin.
Donald Trump wants to raise the debt limit. Donald Trump also has said that he wants to get rid of the debt limit altogether, which I'm on board with. But raising the debt limit in this situation is not actually going to be helpful for Donald Trump. I mean, it's not going to be helpful for the Democrats at all, because as it stands, abolishing it in its entirety, good. But as it stands right now, Democrats can use the razor-thin majority that the Republicans have to their advantage whenever there is a debt limit panic. And Donald Trump knows that, which is why he wants to, which is why they're putting together a package to extend the government funding for 3 months and to suspend the debt limit until January 2027, which means that every other battle that takes place from here on out until January 2027, the Democrats will have no power whatsoever. There will be no contention. Here's Jake Sherman. House Republicans are eyeing a package to extend government funding for 3 months. Suspend the debt limit until January 2027. Also, $110 billion in disaster aid, health extenders with no PBM reform, no E15 changes, PAYGO scorecard wiped to zero, extension of farm bill. David Dane says this is a big no for Dems. Suspending the debt limit is not a win.
That's crazy.
Democrats should not
Yo. Oh, it's anymore. Something just popped up on my phone about allowing YouTube to use your content to add to the generative AI algorithm. I'm over it, dude. AI should be just fucking banned. And all of anyone who's developing or utilizing AI should be fucking thrown under the prison. Want a treat, kitty? Because, God damn it, first of all, it's destroying creativity. It's creating the worst shit possible, and it is the new official art generating means for capitalism. And it's just going to get worse. I mean, it's going to get better, and artists, musicians, we're just done. They're stealing everything we've done and throwing it into an algorithm and just spewing out chopped up versions of just slop. That's only one bad part. The other part is how energy intensive it is. We are not prepared. Our energy generative faculties are not anywhere near where they need to be to handle this kind of the energy needed to run generative AI. It's absurd. That on top of all this crypto garbage, which is just going to get worse because Trump and Doge just going to eliminate all barriers and regulations to the whole crypto market, which is designed to rip people off. That's it. If you think that crypto has value, you know fuck all about economics. Where does value come from? Why are things worth what they're worth? Fucking morons, read some Marx. Everything, all values based on the labor put into it. Period. Labor equals value. Don't labor, you produce no fucking value.
Give no votes, should give no votes for this, and I don't think the Republicans get a majority on their own. Also, LOL, do they break PBM reform while keeping health extenders? That's United Health in action. Also, it's not just Chip Roy and some hostage-taking hardliners who will balk at this on.
If you don't labor, you are valueless. Thank you.
On the Republican side, that PBM deal was months in the making, and reformers like Buddy Carter and Diana Harshbarger aren't going to like this. PBM is pharmacy benefit managers, for those of you who don't know. House Republicans are looking to abandon the effort to include reforms to pharmacy benefit managers in an end-of-the-year bill to fund the federal government. Why do Americans love government shutdown so much? No, they hate it. That's precisely the reason why it is a very good tool to bully the party in power, especially when the party in power does not have the capacity to whip its votes when they have a razor-thin majority. To NBC News, Donald Trump has given a phone interview where he said he doesn't just want to lift the debt ceiling, he's keen to get rid of it. The Democrats have said they want to get rid of it. If they want to get rid of it, I would lead the charge, he says. He sees it as a fake thing, no real value regarding debt control. Now, the reason why he wants to get rid of it is because he doesn't want his agenda to be undermined by any kind of obstruction that happens on his party side that the Democrats could take advantage of. There's no, get rid of it after the midterms. Let's see how that works out.
I'm also curious, Garrett, what he had to say about Elon Musk, because this suddenly momentum switch yesterday, which led Republicans to come out and defeat this, sort of began with Elon Musk on Twitter tweeting over 100 times to the point where there's a lot of speculation wondering if Musk's influence rivals that of Trump.
Right. Who is the tail wagging the dog here? What's going on? I tried to ask Trump about that. He said, look, I told Elon Musk, this is the president-elect saying, I told him if he agrees with me on this bill, he ought to say so. Now, he indicated that Musk's concerns with the CR were somewhat different from his, that Musk was mostly focused on it from a cost-cutting perspective, as is his, want as the head of this DOGE commission, this sort of outside consultancy effort, if you will, to try to increase efficiency and cut spending in the federal government. So their concerns were slightly different, but the president-elect said he was very much on track with everything that Elon Musk was saying yesterday and his efforts to get this CR spiked before it could be voted on.
He tweeted 100 times. Like, is there a part of the bill that I'm not seeing that says, like, we're going to do deportation of one singular South African billionaire or something? Like, what the This is his new autistic hyperfixation, I think. Bro, get back on Diablo.
We are approaching Christmas and Hanukkah, and Americans all across this country care about this debate. They care about the specifics, but what they won't understand is when you vote no to continue funding the government to provide the services that they rely on. This is a clean CR. If you don't like it because it doesn't have a whole list of ornaments on the Christmas tree, I'm sorry. But the fact is that we are keeping the government funded. We are not shutting the government down before Christmas. And I think everyone here has a responsibility.
I think it's so gross that politicians would just be like, oh, you don't want your special interest? You don't want your Christmas ornaments? Like, the guy just described what that Christmas ornament is. That Christmas ornament is life or death for rural farms. Rural hospitals. And this motherfucker is just like, oh, you want your fixins. It's nuts. Now, you understand that the government shutdown threat is fairly significant. It gives a lot of leverage to the opposition party that uses that leverage to fund certain things, because the legislative body doesn't fund anything in clean bills. That's just not the reality, unfortunately. We do not have a normal process in this country. The Dems apparently have not heard from Biden. More than half a dozen House Democratic lawmakers said on Thursday that the conference had yet to hear from the president, even as Congress scrambled to salvage a funding deal and avoid shutting down.
Honestly, he's not getting enough blame. Presidential election situation. He should have. He's blowing it. Biden went from like one of the best legacies possible for a president to one of the worst. Like, the people he's pardoning, disgusting. Like, he pardoned a judge who's getting paid by for-profit prisons to throw kids in jail. Not just prisons, juvenile prisons. This judge was getting paid by private juvenile prisons to throw kids in jail. And he went to jail for it, but Biden's like, I'm going to use my power to free this man. Free this judge. who got paid to throw kids in jail. I'm done with the Democrats, y'all. I'm never voting Democrat ever again. They don't know what they're doing. They're full of shit. They're fucking liars. And they're losers. Losers. Okay? Okay? God damn it. 4 fucking years of Trump. At a minimum, because this dude, you know what? No, I'm just like, how old is Trump? It's like, is he almost 80? Whatever. He'll be president until he dies. And his son, or like, probably end up being goddamn Barron will be the next president. He'll be like 20, and they'll like change the rules. So like, you know, someone his age can be president. He's gonna be president for like the next, I don't know, 60, 70 years. Everyone's tripping about Trump. Barron is gonna be the ultimate dictator. FYI. This country will become Barron's plaything. As the most degenerate 4chan fucking weirdos on the internet run rampant. And the fact that our only hope situation in these Trump years that are coming is that they might fuck up so bad that it'll hurt the people that support him and they will turn on him. It still sucks. That things have to get worse before they get better. I hate that. I don't want things to get worse. I want things to get better all the time. There's no reason why it shouldn't. Our technology is advancing. Why are things getting shittier? That makes no sense. Everything is backwards. Fucking backwards. Our economy is, at this point, despite how advanced and how much it pushes technology, you know, fuck that. You know what? I'm done with that. Private industry, this whole idea that like innovation comes through the private sector is dog shit. It's a lie. Specifically in technology, which is pretty big, pretty large part of the whole market in general, technology. Technology is being developed by government funding at like places like MIT, universities across this nation. Government's pumping money into these so they can develop new tech, communications, weapons. This idea that like, oh, it's mom and pop that are pushing this country forward as far as innovation. It's a lie. It is a lie. You can look at China and know it's a lie. China is pushing forward technology, pushing it forward. We're going to all be driving Chinese electric cars. Sorry. Or we're just going to drive nothing because like America will make it so unaffordable to have a Chinese car. The rest of the world's going to be like just chilling, and we're still going to be struggling away, either like trying to fix our old gas guzzlers. It's moronic. This idea that the mom and pop, they're pushing it. No, they're not. Mom and pop are lazy. They ain't doing shit. Sorry, mom and pop. The fucking holier, the holy mom and pop And they're just like fucking just parasites. And doing nothing for nobody. Middle class parasites. Working people create all the value in this country. Capitalists steal most of the value in this country. Middle class, why are you here? You just create this image. You're only there for an image, for an aesthetic. This idea that, like, because they are the fantasy that working people can become rich. They just start a business, work really hard, become fucking billionaires. The greatest lie in America. You know why we know about the people that actually do go from rag to riches? Because it fucking never happens. Never happens, and when it does, it's like it's a glitch. When it happens, that's not the system. It's an anomaly. It's an outlier. Working people will never be rich. And the middle class mom and pop only serve as a false aspiration. For stupid workers. Workers should smarten up and realize mom and pop are fucked. They don't have any real value. They're artificially sustained. We need to seize the control. We need to take over the capitalists and their assets. Built it. We made the assets. They own it. That's it. We own it because gods of capitalism have granted them the power to own it. Fuck you. We made it. Give it to us. Or we'll take it. Rant over.
On the government. Biden is literally asleep at the wheel. Maybe he's dead. We don't even know. Yeah, there's the Wall Street Journal report that I'm reminded of that said,
do not threaten me with a good time.
Biden has been dying for the past 4 years, and he didn't actually do anything. And people hid him. His staffers hid him from the public eye. Do you know what exactly stops functioning during a government shutdown? Yeah, I mean, they just like furlough a lot of the employees that work for the federal government. Like whether you're in the Coast Guard or whether you are, you know, there was a chatter who was talking about how like during the Coast Guard, her parents were in the Coast Guard, and like during government shutdowns, like they would they just get no money. It's a massive ordeal. IRS workers and the like. I know debt ceiling will be used for Dems politically, but it's such a stupid mechanism. No other country has. No, that's why I said I'm in favor of complete abolition of the debt ceiling. I am, however, not in favor of giving Donald Trump a fantastic gun. Why would you give Donald Trump a gift like this with no concessions whatsoever? It's very stupid.
Donald Trump, when Mike Johnson is saying, we just heard him say it, Elon and I were on a text chain together. The impact of that, assuming that Musk has equal power, perhaps more power in some indications than the president-elect of the United States, what impact do you think that's having on that inner circle?
Well, look, I think it makes everything more challenging for Speaker Johnson and for his team, who are used to doing things in the way they have been done on Capitol Hill. I mean, there's a lot of talk about, you know, the idea that we're going to reinvent the wheel here. But what we saw coming into yesterday was a very traditional end-of-year kind of Christmas tree bill in which all the remaining work from the previous Congress gets dealt with before lawmakers get out of town. Elon Musk, I don't think anyone disputes that he's brilliant, but he also doesn't necessarily...
I do. I'll dispute that. He's one of the Money buys you a lot of luck. In diamond barons, in colonial states. Are usually,
We've taken the lead. Stay on task.
Doesn't matter. If you're rich, you can fail. It doesn't matter. Trump has failed over and over and over again. Lied and not come through on any of the shit he said. Over. Yet.
They've taken the lead.
Keep money in their pockets. Why? It's the way the system's set up. They'll never leave their pockets. They'll never come to ours.
Keep it that way.
The American dream's a lie. Not in the way that Trump says it, but in this idea that like you can, it's just we're all about to move out of our class situation. All of us. It's impossible. It'll be the bare minimum. Yet everyone's behind it because they think it's going to be them.
Hostiles reclaimed the lead.
Even if there's like zero reason why it should be. It's embarrassing. And humanity might not make through it because might not make it through it because it's just too dumb.
Vengeance is activating stealth boats.
Understand the way that this process has been done, and it's pretty clear that he doesn't care. And I think there's a number of different ways that you can look at that. It is clearly disruptive. Republicans think, some Republicans think in a good way, but it has thrown a huge monkey wrench into getting this done before the government shuts down, before the end of the year. We're going to have a speaker early next year, an inauguration, all these things that have to happen. So you're selling lawmakers on a bill, on a piece of government work product that they're used to doing, and you're selling and explaining a concept to Elon Musk.
The more like these kind of like legal hurdles that Trump's gonna have to jump through, the more it's going to deteriorate the law and become more authoritarian. FYI.
Musk and Vivek Ramaswamy, who are coming at it from the outside at the same time. That is a very difficult task to do simultaneously about the same piece of legislation that you're having to write in real time.
NBC News senior Capitol Hill.
Amazing. We are at the mercy of some of the dumbest individuals on the planet, which makes this so much funnier. Republicans made their bed. Now they have to live in this filth. A spoiled man-child. Anyway, the House is currently voting on the new government funding bill. The bill would require 2/3 of the majority to pass. House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries told House Democrats in a closed-door meeting that he will not vote for the new government funding deal negotiated exclusively among Republicans, according to a source in the room, putting the prospect of the deal into jeopardy. On the other side, you have the likes of Chip Roy, who also don't want to fund this bill. The reason why they don't want to fund this bill is obviously different than the reason why the Democrats don't want to fund this bill. Chip Roy and the Freedom Caucus don't want to fund this bill because they just fundamentally are at odds with funding the government. Like, ideologically speaking, they just don't want to fund it. So any opportunity they have to stop funding the government, they're like, what do you mean? I'm in this business to stop funding the government. The Trump-backed plan to avoid a shutdown is not expected to fail because of opposition from conservative Republicans and both House Democrats. It would require 2/3 majority of the House and will fall well short. Democrats, who typically like clean debt ceiling hikes, say they can't agree to this now because that would pave the way for Trump's tax plan. I also have heard people talk about how like there's a hike for the congressional salary in this. And what's really interesting about it is that like some people believe that this is a good thing, that like Congress deserves a pay raise, and that this pay raise is helpful because it gives less of an opportunity for congressional leaders to be corrupted. It makes them less corruptible. I don't think so. I just don't. I don't agree with this. Like, I would much rather do a pay hike for staffers and not the congresspersons themselves. Or if there's any sort of pay hike for congresspersons, that should come alongside with limitations on what kind of funding that they can get from outside groups.
Eyes on hostile concussion.
It's because she moved down here to Florida.
Yeah.
And I was up in PA.
Authorizing UAV mission.
Throw your dogs back.
Wolfpack Elite is one of my favorite discoveries of this year. An expanding group of 4 people from New Oxford, Pennsylvania, who reenact the social hierarchy of an actual wolf pack. Jeffrey the Alpha, nicknamed Lone Wolf, is the original member and at the top of the structure. Tara, the Beta, nicknamed Cly, former girlfriend and sister of the Alpha and current wife of Delta. Eric the Delta, nicknamed Midnight, antisocial in nature and appears least often of the group. Allie, the Den Mother and wife of the Alpha, typically seen oblivious in the background of most videos. The tale of Wolfpack Elite is a long, twisted, and convoluted tale which can all be traced back 10 years ago to a Halo Mega Block stop-motion video archived by Alpha's original channel.
Hey, now it's time for you to
Get
tell
out,
us how
gun.
we did in our video. Bye.
Trying to piece together the Wolfpack story is messy and confusing. We'll start with some vintage videos and work our way up to the TikTok saga. Alpha begins by saying welcome back, so there's a backlog of videos lost to time. He says he's moved to Florida to reunite with Beta. A recurring trend of these early videos is the sense that everything is an act and that you're getting punked. They constantly stare at the camera when it's supposed to be a natural conversation, and each of them will forget basic aspects of their lives that need to be filled in by the other. It feels like they are playing improv, making up stories about their own lives.
I'm Lone Wolf. And how do you spell alter ego? I'm Leon Davidson.
And for all of you out there that know about Lone Wolf and her, we're back. And I miss this stuff.
Yep.
All of you know me as a security guard in schools, Walmarts, malls.
Yeah,
I've been all over the place.
Pretty much, yeah.
But for 4 years,
We've been apart.
I have not seen this level. I've been missed. Why don't you tell them where we're at?
Well, we should really give out our address, because people could easily come find us and know about.
Not if we're in Florida.
Oh!
Whatever
My brain just got.
Reason why we didn't see each other for 4 years is because she moved down here to Florida.
Yeah.
And I was up in PA.
No, I had to move because.
You notice I can get play of the game. I'm barely paying attention. Because I'm a fucking... King. Take both.
My dad got a transfer, so I'm stuck here.
My brain got stuck.
I'm working security full time at a local
Back
school.
off.
Yeah, local school near here. I think it's like 5. Yeah, college. Yeah, yours.
Yeah, it's a college.
Yeah,
walking distance.
Yeah, it's a walking distance from here. And I just stay home. I'm like a stay-at-home parent, like even though I'm not a parent.
A theme in these videos is a mythical creature known as Beta's ex-boyfriend, who got arrested for aping her and lacing her. I won't get too down the rabbit hole because it's all fabricated, but it just kind of feels gross that this is the story that they decide to frame for storytelling purposes.
Ex-boyfriend got arrested. A whole lot of people say that she's
Not the
smartest. You're all wrong.
Fortunately for us, Alpha's romantic backstory is mostly forgotten besides this one instance.
That's my ex-wife.
That's his ex-wife. He was married.
I was married once.
And before he came back to me.
Before I came back and found her.
So upon just moving back, they decide to immediately get engaged and move into an apartment together.
You gonna marry my ass?
Damn right I will. Other hand.
Alpha makes one of the first references to the Wolfpack and shows off his dog shit, I mean, very epic and very cool tattoo.
And this is our logo right here. So if you see this coming, don't be afraid, because we're friends.
They can't even get their story straight because in this short video, Alpha explains that since moving to Florida, he's been a bouncer at a bar where he rekindled his love with Beta, a security guard at either a grade school or college, and now is going to work EMS with Beta and drive around in ambulances with her. Excuse my proclivity to not believe a lot that is going to come out of their mouths.
I'm talking to my kitty because he's yelling at me at the moment. Meow, meow. I wish you could hear that. Go ahead, give me more.
You're falling behind, Crimson.
Mike's not picking it up. It's a bummer. This cat will not stop. Forcing me to give him some greens.
Securing B.
I'm going to be working EMS.
Oh, you're in the truck with me!
That's why Chief wants to talk to you tonight.
That's
taking
down. He's like, I have something to tell you, and I'm like, what? He's like, I can't tell you the phone. I'm like, come into the office, talk with me, because someone's coming in and talking to me too. I'm like, who is it? He's like, I'm not telling you.
We're greeted by a 2-hour-long role play at a Sheetz gas station where the two cubs are nestled up playing Minecraft.
We're just playing Minecraft. Pocket edition. Because we don't have PCs.
The first sign of intimacy is born with a Half-Life 2 face-sucker kiss that just swallows up Beta's lips.
She is a little princess.
I'm your princess.
That's what I just said.
They go on to have a discussion about their soon-to-be wedding, and somehow Beta is unaware that her brother is in their wedding as Alpha's best man.
Inbound.
Ironically, Alpha is the brother, so he's both the brother and the groom, which is an interesting concept.
Actually, he's my best man.
I thought he was acting weird last week. I talked to him. But I said, you're gonna be my honey's wedding, and he's like, yeah, I already know that. He talked to me about it. I'm like,
the acting gets god-awful, as we're forced to listen to them act out both of their court scenarios. Also, the video proves that they're not actually in Florida because Sheetz are not located there. So they've always been in Pennsylvania. I really don't know why they had this tendency to lie about their location.
While you're doing your court hearing, I go to mine.
oh, so you won't be in the room to watch me pull his head off?
Nope.
You suck.
I have to go deal with custody battle.
Have fun. I guess we'll meet.
Tomorrow's the final one.
Nice. Let's hope you win this one. Oh, sweetie, what's the matter? Sweetie,
We're losing Charlie.
How's my going
out? What do you say?
You guys get it.
What do you mean? What is it?
Taking Bravo.
I don't know. He just asked me if I was at Sheetz.
Oh, friend's phone. Apparently he's in jail right now, and he messaged me from a friend's phone. He said he and I need to have a talk. That means I have to go down to the jail next week.
In a plot twist of a lifetime, Alpha gets off of a phone call and tells Beta that her ex game-ended himself, so she won't have to go to the court hearing to discuss his potential parole. Yes, really. They're going to these extents to fabricate a made-up story.
Yeah. Wait, what? You don't have to go to your custody battle.
Controlling Bravo.
You mean my battle with my ex?
Yeah.
Why not?
He was found dead.
Zone C. Taking Alpha.
Role playing as Curly from Of Mice and Men, Alpha shows off his new bling bling on his hand while wearing a glove.
Zone A secure.
Yeah. The reason why it's on my...
On a gloved hand because we ordered the wrong size.
Well, it's probably needs to be.
This episode is notable because you get to play house with them. They legitimately pretend to have children and continuously forget their names, ages, and gender. Almost like these children don't actually exist.
Yeah, the kids should be home soon. Yeah, we actually have 2 kids. We never told you guys, but we actually have 2 kids together.
A boy
and a little girl. I know, we have another little girl on the way.
I thought it was a boy.
They even do this cringe thing where a fictional child is out of frame and they talk to them as a parent would.
Alpha. I'm on the objective.
Locking down
Enemy grenade. Trophy system neutralized.
What are you doing, Junior?
Now. All objectives locked down.
Daniel, please. Homework before game, boy.
Find my mother again. This time with my mother.
Your homework done? Then go get it. I want to work out.
Losing Bravo.
Requesting recon above. See your hand.
Backup. Drop care package on my beacon.
Well, can you log on the internet box to see if you get it working?
Well, surely no one would believe this. Beta has that covered by saying the kid is playing games with headphones on. That's why we can't hear them. Disregard the fact that we would be able to hear the conversation that they would be having off camera, and or said child walking around and hearing the footsteps or just any other creaks and croons that would come from a typical person.
Right there.
No, he played Vegas for TV over there. Good thing he's just headphones in, or else we would hear it.
Losing Bravo.
Yeah.
Their cat is introduced, and for some reason they try and play it off as it being their roommates, but there is no other roommate. There's obviously not even any other children there, so it's their cat.
The roommate's cat.
Give her here. Yeah, just sit around and pat.
And then we get stuck with some more cringe baby goo gaga roleplay shit.
Enemy scout post detected.
Taking Alpha. Sorry, sweetie. Mommy didn't even yell at you. Mommy's yelling at the ground part of my belly. Look at my one friend's son.
Losing B.
3 months old. Yeah, he's 3 months old today.
C.
The only real part of this video is probably them being unable to pay for their internet, because how could you when you spend your lives pretending that you're wolves and have mythical children?
Seriously?
What? Standing by.
Right on the internet. I have freaking internet. What the hell?
They're taking C. Losing B.
There's a hodgepodge of old videos that could be looked at, but I'll just focus on 3 of them. The first is in some remote country field where Beta literally sounds identical to Crystal Station, cackling and muddying up her voice, speaking to Leslie. You know, Leslie, listen to me, Leslie, come on, Leslie, don't hit me with that shovel, Leslie.
Who's a bug over there buzzing? I hissed at it.
Oh, you fucking 2 minutes?
No. Oh, we can do with that.
Another is some totally non-homoerotic wrestling between Alpha and what appears to be Delta. This isn't confirmed, but this might be the first time we ever see Beta's future husband. It also appears that this might have taken place inside of some college dorm, just based off of pure speculation of furniture and layout of the room.
Disinject this mag. Try me. Watch out, grenade!
Lastly, we get this epic wedding ceremony between Alpha and presumably Beta in a game called Life After.
Losing Bravo.
Yeah, we're alright, we're alright.
Objective capture underway.
Sometime after these videos, Alpha and Beta would break up, and we'd be introduced to Alpha's future wife, Allie, aka Wolf Den Mother.
Hi, YouTubers. How are you?
Yeah, she's my sexy fiance.
No one touch me. Come check out our page.
Well, that's the end of this video.
Well, you can come check us out at Jeff.
This is Firewolf, and this is little baby husky right here.
Check out our YouTube page today.
During these apartment tour videos, we get this epic flex of how many closets they have inside their apartment. So if you have less than 4, you're poor and pathetic.
Hey people, this is Firewolf here. Minding my Jones's place. One of my Jones from SJC, which is in a some previous videos. Yep. 1 out of 4 closets here.
We get to see fun aspects of the apartment, like Allie putting on some weight, young Alpha, and an XD RAR door sign to alert the neighbors to their presence.
This is our living room. It's much bigger than the old place. There's her. I'm on YouTube right now. Check my videos. That's me as a kid. That's me. That's me right there. And a cute little kitten. Apartment 414. Welcome to come in. Relax for a while. In the month we moved in, which is October of last year.
I'm always on top
We
of
also get our first e-beg session where they legitimately ask the audience for Monster and Mountain Dew to be sent to their address.
YouTubers, please send us maybe like a wedding gift or something for good luck. That would be fine. YouTubers, we would love
Anything's appreciated.
even pick like if you know anybody.
And if you got a cute little fur ball like that, or a dog, send some videos, send some photos to me.
Pepperoni Nipples decides to make a
Skyline,
video
come on.
where he
Not-
expresses his
Skyline
love for his
compared to
fiance,
Payback? Give me a
shits
fucking
his
break.
pants, and announces the creation of the Wolfpack channel.
Chewin, all because of her. Ever since then, her and I have been dating. September 4th of 2016.
Skyline, come on.
I proposed to her.
If it's not Skyline, I'm gonna leave the lobby. Oh my god.
Her and I got married.
See, I wasn't bluffing.
I'm going to be creating a new channel called the Wolfpack Elite. On there will be me, Baby Husky, Tara, and her boyfriend. It's a crew channel. I'm the main I'm the alpha. And enhance the Wolfpack ring. We now are having.
An interesting follow-up is Alpha lying in bed with Beta while his wife lays sick in the other room. We begin to see his desire to be with Beta re-emerge, and this will become a continuous issue throughout the years.
She's right there.
Hi.
She's my friend. Healer, who's my wife, is in the living room. She's passed the fuck out. She's passed out with the cat. And just to give you guys a little heads up.
What's up with Delta? My honey.
Yeah, there's Delta, which is her husband, who is not here right now. He's somewhere else. Kids. And we still watch it because we're full-grown adults now. Oh, the pack has these now. It says our rank and our names on here, like Wolfpack Elite. I'm the Alpha, and my code name is Lone Wolf, aka Flame, aka Kane, or whatever you want to call me. Alpha's fine.
Alpha does a follow-up where he feigns illness and also shows off his sick Wolfpack outfit and mentions his desire to suit up and go do some ghost hunting.
It's Baby Husky back there. She's sleeping.
I just want you guys to know that Baby Husky and I aren't doing too good. We're both kind of ill right now, and as you guys can tell, I'm coughing up a storm, but that jacket right there will be coming into play a lot more. I just got that jacket recently. I got other things, but some of the stuff I have is for ghost hunting.
Happy Friday, motherfuckers.
Adventures.
If there was something happy about it, you're
Adventures
happy
and
about
stuff.
nothing.
I got knee pads
Happiness.
here. I got my Wolfpack gloves, which you'll be seeing me wear a lot more.
Clad in Southern pride, Alpha tells the audience that he will be training the other members of the Wolfpack Elite in weapons and hand-to-hand combat. Remember, they're always on the good side.
Wolfpack Elite Training Day, where I, the Alpha, train these two on how to use their weapons. Gotta keep it short because I don't want to videotape us training.
Wolfpack's always keeping an eye out. Remember, you see one of our boys, we're always on the good side.
In a moment of what the hell am I doing with my life, we get to see two backyard hillbillies wrestle to the ground. This is probably more of an excuse for Alpha to be able to touch Beta once again. His desire is probably bubbling up inside of him and he just can't take it anymore.
Enemy down. Glasses off, hat off. Activating scout pulse.
We've taken control.
No tickling.
No face shot.
Okay, no face shot. Okay, that sounds pretty good. That sounds good.
If you get a face shot
On accident?
it's okay. But if you do it intentionally, there will be some consequences afterwards.
What's the consequences? Out of curiosity.
For him?
No,
Boing, boing.
stop. For me? Well, it was my idea intentionally, but I'm not going to. I'm going to do it for you. God, Dad!
We also get to see Delta fight Alpha, and if I'm being honest, he appears stronger. This will kickstart a feud from the audience, who believe that Delta should actually be the Alpha.
That's why I was holding back, honey. I really took that step down every strength I had.
Hold back. You hold back, I'm gonna know. I said not hold back at all.
Definitely hold back for me. I can say something.
I normally do, but I don't. I'm surprised while I'm staring at you talking to you, he's not even attacking.
I'm not sure if we're starting or not. Go!
You can start anytime.
Go! Go, go, go!
Remember, stay safe, don't break any rules, and stay cool.
The day of cringe has come. Alpha alerts the audience that Delta is going to propose to Beta. What we don't know is how much this is going to destroy Alpha. What we do know is that these four people probably really love WWE.
I'm here with my crew. There's Beta. There's Healer. There's Delta. We're all here. 1 year anniversary. And they are going to get engaged. Keith, so stay tuned. I'm going to be coming live from New Oxford territory. So, guys, stay safe. Be good. And remember, the Wolfpack is always watching.
The jealousy begins to consume Alpha because he tries to compliment Beta as much as he can before the impending doom. Fun note, Alpha mentions that their pack is expanding to surrounding cities. I really don't know how that works, but we'll see a little bit later that there are actual other people that interact with the group. We just don't really know what the relationship is.
Kai, who's right here in front of me. And if you guys are wondering where we're off to right now, we are off to a location because of a certain thing that I said in my previous video. Got members here in New Oxford. I got members in Indiana, PA. Do most of the talking. It's because it's going down. And I have Baby Husky with me as well. I got Kai, who's looking very pretty. Thank you. I mean, she had a little help because of me. She had a little help from me.
A very cute and very obvious surprise of a proposal takes place. I'd like to include their engagement photo as well, which is kind of hilarious.
On his and Kai's 1-year anniversary. Okay. Which is the lucky lady right there.
Hi.
Well, snap!
Alpha shows off a congratulatory sign he made for the event. While this event may ultimately be what leads
Try this again.
Hello.
Hello.
Yeah, how are you?
Good, good. How are you?
Excellent.
Welcome to your vacation.
Not yet. I work Monday.
No? Oh, that's right, Monday.
Oh, good.
Sorry.
Though. It's pre-vacation.
Well, 1 day work week is, yeah.
Yeah,
I mean,
it's
really. And I bet Monday's not really going to be working either, really.
I'm going to be honest, though. I've been on a mental vacation for probably the last 7 years.
Mental vacation. You've achieved that state that the guy in the movie The Office wanted to have, like where he's at work but he wants to think that he's like fishing or something.
Yeah, I live in that place. I should probably come clean now.
Sean, where are you, man? Where are you?
I'm in heaven. God. My cat, I think, has made a full recovery because back again to meowing.
Good.
Begging for.
Oh, nice.
I'm, just kidding. He's on meds, I give him something for appetite, or I'm giving him antibiotic. Anti-nausea. But he's doing really good.
Good. Maybe
not. Maybe he was just sick, and maybe this knocked it out. But
yeah, let's hope.
I'm just not sure because, I'm not sure what I should do when out of medicine. If I should go back to the vet and be like, should I bring him? It was not cheap to bring him last time, so I'm not really anxious to bring him back, but I'm willing to.
Yeah, well, maybe you should call and just see if you should try to go once it runs out, go a day or two and see if it gets sick again, but find out from them, I guess. I probably
because they're gonna if I do, they're probably gonna want to do blood work again, possibly an X-ray, and that's his ash.
An X-ray.
Yeah, they did an X-ray to check for any cancer.
Oh, like cancer. Oh, okay. Geez.
They didn't, but there wasn't anything glaring, and they actually they're not ultrasound professionals, but they actually did an ultrasound on them, just kind of like a quick run, and they didn't see anything alarming. But if I want to get a proper ultrasound, I can go do that. But Again, very pricey.
Yeah, I'll bet. Ooh.
And it's kind of like, but he's doing good now, and I'm very happy about that.
Domination.
Maybe he just had a bug, but
Yeah.
I would ever do. He's super fucking old. I can't. I can't.
Charlie.
Forever.
Charlie secured. We've taken the lead. Stay on task.
Like he's over 20, but they've obviously got a lot of love and are pretty healthy because both of my cats are like going strong all this time. They're both about the same age. They just don't go outside. I think that's really the key to like keeping your cat alive for a long time. Keep it inside. Outside cats.
Yeah, I'm sure. Yeah. My sister-in-law, they had a feral cat, kind of coming into their. Well, I guess it was just she was feeding this feral cat, and then it started coming in the garage, or she encouraged it to live in the garage, and then I think now it's in the house.
Oh wow, really?
Mother-in-law's allergic to the cat. It's like, Christ, man, just leave the outside cats alone.
Yeah, I mean, if it's already acclimated to the outside, like, why bring it in? Bad outside habits, too. Because, like, that was an issue with my, because I have my one cat, Mo, was feral a little while.
Losing A.
But, obviously, for, like, got off the street pretty young. He was my ex-girlfriend's cat, and I was with her. She, you know, it's too long of a story, so I'm not, it's whatever. But he was like pretty aggressive, but has like super chilled out over time, and I've kind of like able to, and not necessarily trained him, but I've kind of like slowly built up the comfort into like, he's basically like a lap cat now. And before he was like, if you pet him, he would probably bite you. You know what I mean?
All locations secured.
He's like, but he's just like
human ways.
He's like asleep. Like he's like he's a survivor. You can tell. Like I feel like he's gonna live like another 20 years. But I'm not gonna get to it.
Knocking down Charlie.
Deploying Archangel.
But Rocky, the one the one who's getting sick, he's definitely the softer one out of the two.
Not living up to his name.
Yeah, I know, right?
We're losing Alpha. Losing Bravo.
I mean, maybe not. He's got the heart of a champion. That's the shittiest thing I've ever said.
Got the eye of the tiger.
Oh,
or
dude.
eye of the cat.
Dude. I used to do when I was a kid. Eye of the Tiger, Rocky 3. That's my shit.
Taking Bravo underway.
Mr. T was like the toughest person on the planet. Me and this.
Losing A.
You ever seen that Mr. T music video and song dedicated to mothers?
It doesn't sound familiar.
Oh my god, classic. You know, I'm gonna have to send it to you, just so you know what I'm talking about. He like does a rap song, kind of, but it's like very 80s. And, about respecting your mother. It's dedicated to mothers.
He was really he was all about the lessons.
For sure.
Life lessons from Mr. T. You know?
Life lessons from Mr. K. We need more of those, especially in today's environment. Today's climate, we can definitely use some Mr. T life lessons. Lesson number 1, you should pity the fools.
Pity the fool. Yeah, pity all fools.
All
number
fools
one.
shall be pitied. The Book of Tea.
Where did that line even come from? That's such a weird thing to
I
say.
pity
you
the
know?
fool. It is strange, right? Like, where did? When was the first time he said that?
It's like,
you so stupid.
Yeah.
You're a fool, and I pity you. I pity the fool. And then it was born. It's like, who is he talking
like,
to?
that's it. That's gold.
That's I'm gonna.
Yeah, keep saying
I'm
that
putting
one.
that
That's
one in the
gonna catch
lexicon.
on.
That one's going in the chamber.
That is weird.
Watchdog
It's
healer.
like we all just took it for granted. That's what he says, and it's fine.
Hey, but you know what? It's actually
What does it
it's
really
pretty
mean?
nice.
Yeah,
I
that's
mean,
nice.
he's kind of like, you know what?
There are fools.
I feel I have
It's not
feelings
all your
for
fault for
you.
being stupid.
I feel for you, despite the fact that you are a fool. That's not question, Mr. T. What's up?
What did I say? The fools didn't even have a chance. You know, just poor fools. They ought to be pitied.
They should be. Obviously, and Mr. T told us to pity them, so I can't think of a higher authority.
As a verb, how do you like pity?
As
how
a
do you
verb?
pity someone?
You shake your head. You look at them and you're just like, you just shake your head a bit.
You shake.
It's like, man, that's
You go,
man, I feel bad. I am pitying right now.
And it's possible.
We lost Charlie.
Yeah, when you're pitying somebody, I think you have to like say it out loud. Like, I pity you. That is officially pitying somebody.
You have to make them aware that you're doing it.
Yeah.
Otherwise, you may have no idea that you're being pitied.
Yeah, because that's a pity.
What could be worse than that?
Pity is basically an attack. When you're telling somebody you
What'd
pity,
you say?
pitying someone is basically an attack. You're telling
Yeah.
it's an insult. It's like, I am pitying you because you're so pathetic and terrible.
I don't want that. Don't
Get pitied. Get pitied.
I thought it was a nice thing. Now I'm thinking otherwise.
Yeah, now it's like, I feel bad for you because you're stupid.
Now I don't know.
You're a fool, you're stupid, and I feel bad for how stupid you are. That's basically what it was.
Oh man, I just shot this guy right in the face while he was reloading his gun. That was fun.
Where is this guy who's... it's probably on... Yep, he's on top of the...
Oh yeah.
George container.
Of course he is. Oh fuck. He... Ooh.
Losing A.
Die, fuck.
Shit. You are having a fine game, sir.
Alright, these guys on top of the train. This has got to stop.
This is
This
done.
train business. This is over. No more. No more being on top of the train.
No more of this tomfoolery. Get off the train car, you dick.
I know you're up there.
Taking B.
Oh yeah, right in her face. Yo. There we
You
go.
can't shoot nothing in the face.
Yeah. Great.
Losing B.
Or not. On top again, you bitch. I'm coming for you.
That's where they're living on both sides.
Yeah.
They're on every train top they can be on.
This is, you know what? Screw these guys. I'll sell my sniper, and now they're in trouble. I'm gonna sit on top of the train. Don't lie. I'm down. Snipers in this game are insane, and I like almost too good with them. Like I'm on a triple kill. I just busted out my sniper. And I just got triple killed.
Yeah.
So
Nice.
This is mine. Okay, now it's over. You're gonna set top of the train car. You're gonna die.
There he goes. Another train jumper. He's down.
They're all dead now.
He's going down.
Bro, they have
Very
no chance.
quiet now.
They can sit on the trains all day long. Now that my sniper's out there,
we're losing Alpha. Losing Bravo.
Saved it. Nice job.
Movimiento.
Shit.
Net call. Enemy watchdog helo inbound.
Watchdog helo. Archangel front.
Yeah, they have no jabs, no train cars now.
Feel that? They're about to break.
Want to grab B, we don't have to worry about tops of train. Oh shit, oh shit, oh shit! Okay,
losing
the Archangel missile thing.
Bravo underway. We're losing Alpha.
Love using them. This is our game, it's over. Close one, but we came back hard. Yeah. Oh, back on. Oh, back up here. You're not. Boom, dead. Dead. Go ahead, all of you, get up. The whole team, your whole enemy team, get on top of these trains. All toast. Triple kill. Oh, should I get a quad? Oh, almost. Oh, dang it. Yep. That would have been a quad kill if it didn't squad.
Damn.
Oh my god. Oh, so close.
Wow, 1 point game.
I was getting murdered a lot until I busted out my sniper. Too little, too late.
Me.
Oh.
Cubes.
Man. How was your day?
No, I went back out to Elmhurst to, because we have to take care of the trash at her Uncle Claude's house, you know. So I go out there and I had to bring the cans back and fill up another one full of expired food. But
still,
no, I think 3. Yeah, we'll have thrown away 3 full garbage cans of canned food and stuff like coffee and whatnot. Yeah, but yeah, so I ran out there. I took Daisy with me, and then we went to a park that's nearby. It's a nice big park, and I took her for a brief walk. It was pretty damn cold out, so.
Yeah.
I didn't do a whole lot. I just did that. Out and took a nap. That was it.
I love naps. I'm gonna do my best not to take a nap tomorrow. You know what my problem is? Like I'll because you know I mean between you and I partake in the marijuana plant. I light it up and I smoke it. And I'll usually during the week, you know, I'll hit it in the morning for work to get myself in a good mindset. But then I don't. Obviously, I'm at work. I don't smoke at work. I don't smoke all day. The weekends, I'll smoke, and then I'll continue to smoke usually in the time where I leave for work, and then I will pass out. And the rest of the day is just kind of
you can.
Well, because like I smoke too much. Knocks me out. And so tomorrow my plan is to stop smoking when I would normally stop smoking and try to, instead of sleeping, cleaning. See how that works. But I don't have a whole lot of faith in myself, so we'll see what happens. Probably just end up like playing Call of Duty, smoking weed and passing out and waking up again. Playing more Call of Duty. Buy some White Claw Surge.
Enemy RCXD
That's what I'm doing right now.
a problem with your eyes?
Yeah, weed is so powerful these days. I know there's different varieties, and you can get stuff that won't necessarily make you fall asleep. But I don't know. I'm pretty susceptible.
I mean, during the week, I'm good. Like I hate to say this, man. I don't know if it's gonna make you think of me differently, but I've been smoking pretty much every day since like high school.
I know other people who do that. I mean, for some people, it's just how they get through their day. You know what I mean?
It's
who they are. It's all right.
But
you seem like you function pretty well.
I'm a high functioning pothead. It pretty much as high functioning as you can be as a pothead. And I'm kind of proud of that, and kind of not, but it doesn't really matter. But I'm definitely like, I mean, morning and nights. It's like kind of like, you get ready for the day, and then you get home and you forget about how shitty your day is. You know what I mean? But I'm getting old, and like I just can't I just can't smoke through the like lunchtime and stay awake. It's just not happening. But we'll see what happens tomorrow. Probably just talking total shit. I'm drunk. Just talking complete shit, and I'm just gonna like tomorrow just get up and just burn as much as I can until I pass out, then get back up and play more Call of Duty. Give a shit. Everything, man.
Alright, there we go.
I'm pretty much like a different human being
Hostile Semtex.
in the morning and in the evening. I like turn into a completely different person. In the morning, I'm like thinking like, man, I really need to get my shit together. I need to do this, I need to fix this. Today I should do this, I shouldn't drink, I should do that. Then by the end of the day, I'm kind of like, fuck everything. Don't care.
Enemy RCXD detected.
Whoa.
Job done. Hostile spotted.
Yeah, I was a chronic pot smoker, kind of like my last few years of high school.
Yeah.
That was pretty much an everyday thing for me, and but I did it just like after school, like once everything was done, like the homework and whatever, the job or whatever I had going on. But then if I had nothing going on, then fine, I'd do it right after school. But yeah, I don't know, after a while it was kind of weird. Like I just ended up just getting tired all the time, and like it was really like not fun.
You just kind of stopped.
And yeah, I just stopped. I did. And like, so through college, I would still, I still to this day do it once in a while. I have always had a little bit of weed on me just for when I feel like doing it, but the chronic doing it every day thing that stopped like in pretty high school, or maybe first year of college. Something like that, somewhere around there. I remember being in the back of a car, just like falling asleep. My friends are driving around, and I'm just like, this is like it happened like 3 or 4 times in a row where I'm just like, fuck, I'm cold, I'm tired, and I'm not having fun. So I just stopped. But I know like other people love it, and it's hey, whatever works for you. You know what I mean? I'm not gonna judge. Rachel and I have a friend, he's a daily, every day, all the time kind of guy too. And high functioning, you know.
If it made me feel like I was
stuff done.
I feel like if it was making me dumb, I would stop. Because I value intelligence and clear thinking. Despite the fact that I just don't. But yeah, I do hide it well, and I do take a little pride in that. In this high function.
I have 5.
But it's like, I don't know. Like,
yeah, I was surprised.
I'm impressed.
Wait, no, you're surprised what?
No, I was just, I think when we were talking at work one day, I was like, I was surprised that you were a hot smoker. I knew you'd probably done it because you were in bands and everything like that, but I didn't think you were a daily partaker.
Well, I'm glad I don't show it. I'm glad I'm a respectable citizen.
You also didn't show up to work like reeking like a pot cloud, which some people do. You're like, oh my god, man, you have no idea that you reek so bad.
Well,
you know,
that's actually awesome. That I was a little worried about, but like I think that's a joint thing. If you smoke joints, you're gonna stink.
Yeah.
You know, like, but if you stick with like pipe or something, like I think it won't stick to you so hard. But like when you're just sitting around a joint and just like smoking the whole time, and your fingers are getting all smoked on, and just you're gonna.
Yeah. You probably remember me talking about this guy that he was one of my buddies in high school, and he is still to this day a chronic pot smoker. But I reconnected with him a few years ago briefly, and then we got, we kind of started making music. I think I told you this whole saga with this guy, but I thought he'd grown up somewhat, and he's just not. It didn't work out. Let's say this.
Ooh, like
nuts.
Like he just like kind of is still like, wait, what's his situation? Is he like married or is he single? Or is he...
Yeah. That's the thing. He's married and has a daughter, and he has a house in Villa Park. And when I knew him in high school, of course, he was not married or anything like that. He had a girlfriend, I think. But anyway, I thought, well, he's married now. He's even got a daughter. I thought maybe he'd kind of grown up and he's not such a goofball anymore. But I was completely wrong on it. He's a complete goofball.
Like, how do you get by like that?
Coming in.
He doesn't even work. His wife has a good job in the city, and he just took care of the household stuff, I guess. But to that extent, I don't know how well he did that because, from what I could tell, he just sat in his basement smoking pot and playing video games all day, pretty much.
And didn't do any housework.
And not really. The house is pretty disgusting, and. One time I was over there. He had VR. That's probably what makes you remember. I tried VR at his house. He was into it.
That's so embarrassing, dude. This guy is probably exactly like me, but has kids, and literally the reason why I don't have kids is so I can be someone like that and not be embarrassed. Or a complete loser. But no, I'm sorry.
Well, he's yeah, no, I mean, I see what you're saying, but he's like one of those people who like he constantly talks and he never lets you put in a word in edgewise, and he just it's strange. It's kind of like bipolar or something. There's something going on with him like that. Yeah, but anyhow, what was my point?
Trying to remember. Sorry, I totally interrupted you.
No, you didn't. Well, I'll tell you one story that was pretty disgusting. I was at his house doing VR one day in his basement, and he had a fly problem. It was like summertime, and he had like flies in his house. You know what I mean? They were like all over the basement, and so I have the VR thing on my face, and and while I'm doing VR, like flies are like flying in my mouth and like landing on my skin. It was so disgusting, dude. I was like, I couldn't wait. Like, hey, I gotta go, man. Like, fucking gross.
Dude, you can't flies.
Yeah, it's like you gotta put some fly paper in the windowsill, or throw out the old milk, whatever the hell's.
Yeah, you gotta clean up
this problem.
My mom had a fly problem before I moved in, and I came in with a can of fly killing spray and murdered every fly I can find, and they didn't come back.
Using scout pulse.
Yeah, I mean, it can happen to anybody. We've had issues where there's been flies in the house, and I mean, they
But
could
if it's
just get.
but if it's like a problem, like if it's like if they're flying in your mouth,
Yeah,
you have to
take care of it.
if you feel them at all times, you have a problem and you need to take care of it right away.
Exactly. He seemed fine with it.
Oh, see, yeah, it's not fine.
But oh, this is what made me bring up the story anyway. We were talking about if you're a chronic pot smoker, and you said if you're smoking joints, your body will smell like pot.
Sure,
you know what I mean?
sure.
He always, everywhere he went, he reeked of weed. His car reeked of weed. He reeked of weed. Every pore of his body was weed. But anyway, one time, so his basement was like his lair. That's where he had all his video games and his music. He had a guitar set up down there and whatnot. But one time we were talking, and I'm like, I go, see, your daughter knows you smoke pot, right? And he's like, no, what? He's like, no, she doesn't. I'm like,
how old's his daughter?
I'm like, he's like, well, she was in high school. She was like a junior in high school, I think, when I was hanging out with him. And I'm like thinking to myself, dude, you can smell the pot the minute you walk into his house.
Yeah, there's no way. She's definitely probably stealing it.
You're standing on the porch. Dude,
just pinching
I'm
off
like,
his stash.
you think that your daughter doesn't know? Like, and she never caught him once. Like, she never walked downstairs, or I mean, it's just like it was. I was like, are you that pathological? You don't understand that your family, your daughter must know that you smoke pot, dude. There's no fucking way
and
she
who
doesn't know
knows
that.
like how she
You
feels
know?
about it at this point. She might be like, I know that there's like kids that like their parents are like junkies and they like just hate fucking drugs and won't touch them because of that shit. And like, hopefully.
Oh yeah, I bet that's how she was. I think she was a real smart kid.
Like a
She was
straight
in
A
plays.
kid who's like embarrassed of her pothead father.
Most likely, yeah. I know she. They invited us to like a play she was in one time, and you know, she was really active in drama and stuff like that. So she seemed like a decent kid.
Yeah, like,
yeah, exactly. I
not-
get the
not a
feeling she
fuck
was
off.
not down with it. Yeah, she probably used him as an example of how not to be.
Yeah, that seems to be like, you're either like you grow up and your parents are super straight laced and you're like, fuck them, I'm gonna do drugs. Or like they are druggies and you're like, I'm gonna be straight laced.
Right. Yeah, I was the one with the conservative family, and I was like all about trying out different stuff as soon as I could. I was making plans to smoke pot before I ever got my hands on it.
My mom bought me a wallet with a pop leaf on it before I ever smoked weed.
For real?
Yeah.
Do you know what it was?
I think so.
Must have.
I mean, I was really into like metal and Pantera and stuff, and like, honestly, I was like weird when she got it. I'm like, dude, you know this is a pot leaf, right? Like, what is this? She's like, yeah, this stuff maybe it was metal. So I kind of like took it as like a, go ahead and smoke weed, I don't care. And so I took her up on
Interesting. Wow.
Controlling Bravo.
Yeah, that was not my parents at all. My dad, I don't even know how he avoided ever smoking pot. He liked to drink and gamble, but he was not partaking in weed at all. I'm just like, never? My mom was like, no, he never tried it. And she didn't either. My dad later did, though, when it became legal.
Oh, that's kind of
awesome. Gummies, which is totally bizarre.
It's fantastic.
Funny now, but yeah, but you know, he was a federal investigator, and I asked him why. I go, why did you never try it? You know, why? You know, he's like, well, because it was illegal. I go, well, so is betting football, and that didn't stop you. You know?
Like, legality doesn't have a whole lot to do with whether or not people are doing something.
Yeah, like in the fact that it was illegal actually seemed that was part of the fun, was doing this illicit thing and going off in the woods and being secretive and hanging out with your friends and all that. That was a lot of the fun for me, was that kind of stuff, you know.
I'm gonna be honest. I was never a huge fan. I mean, that was a lot of paranoia for me, and I think once it became legal, like I definitely felt like a weight.
Locking down the area. Watch
Like
my
a
180.
probably weight that wasn't there because like white people are not arrested for marijuana. If I was black, like I would be like probably like 3 times as likely to get arrested for marijuana. But when it became, because it's, for me it was like there was a little something there. It was kind of like it's kind of hard to enjoy knowing it's illegal and that like you have to be secretive about it. I mean, I can see how that can appeal to some people, but for me it was kind of like I wish I could just like not worry and just like this. I wish this should be normal. And when it became normal, it was like it just slipped into it like a
yeah.
It's kind of like thank God it's like this is the way it should have been the whole time. Where I can just like after work stop by the shop and give me for a great price. I'm buying shit for like half of fucking street price from back in the day, dude. I'm saving money on marijuana. Like I totally went off on my.
That was it.
I have 2 friends in Joliet, and like I'm gonna be honest, they're both pot dealers. And so like I've been buying from them since I was like for like 20 years. And like
Finish line's in sight. Don't let up.
my one buddy, like my close buddy, I was actually in a band with him too. Like he like got a job with a dispensary and shit, and he just totally fucked it up, man.
Hostile RCXD in your AO.
Capture underway.
Secure it, Charlie.
And him and my other buddy are kind of like wanted to stay in the black market. Like they are not enjoying the fact that it's illegal. Or I mean, they're not enjoying the fact that it's legal now.
That it's illegal.
It's like, dude, just go legit. Get a job at a dispensary. Just like this black market dog shit it's over.
Bravo, fucking
hang it up.
Yeah.
You know, but like I was like, I remember I went to a dispensary and got a bag for like half the price I would normally get from one of my friends, and I went off on them. Like went off. I just blew up. I'm like, dude, I just got the same shit, half the fucking price. Fuck you. Like I went.
It'd be hard to stay in business.
And I convinced my one.
Did you say?
I'm sorry.
No, go ahead. Go ahead. You were telling a story. Go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say I convinced my one buddy to start selling it to me at basically like seller's prices.
Reduced price.
Yeah. Like if seller's I was gonna be a dealer, like he was gonna sell me at that point. Like I was so pissed off, man. Like you guys are just making money off your friends. Like fuck you. My friends are, you know, so whatever. So I've been doing the legal route, obviously, from there on out.
Yeah, if it's cheaper and you know that it's decent quality, you know
And
what
like
you're
I
getting,
I can get it when I want. I don't have to depend on their fucking schedule. Like, oh, are they available and shit? I can just go to the fucking store. It's just such dog shit. The fact that they want to like keep it going, it's like you are idiots. And the fact that you can't capitalize on the fact that it's legal is like that's on you. Like this is the ultimate opportunity to do it, and if you can't do it, it sounds like a skill issue to me.
Did you say that one or both of them got jobs in dispensaries and they fucked it up or something?
Yeah,
or?
one of them did. The other one I keep it just doesn't.
Team deathmatch. Eliminate all threats.
He's like,
this will probably be my last match tonight.
Oh yeah, I'm sorry, it's 8 o'clock. Didn't even notice. Time's flying by. I'm having a great time.
I know, time is fun.
I pretty much don't enjoy anything more than
Sean and John.
Yes, Sean John. Like, the guy who's in a lot of trouble right now. No, but believe you me, this is like definitely one of my favorite things.
Yeah, it's fun. It is weird too. I think we have better games when we're talking, which makes no sense to me at all.
Oh, it's a Zen state.
Sometimes, the Zen state.
Absolutely. That's. I mean, I'm kind of constantly doing that. Like when when I'm playing by myself, I won't have the headphones on. I have the you know, gunfire coming out of the monitors, and I'll have my other monitor on with like YouTube videos playing, and I just kind of like half watch the YouTube video, half play the game, and like I'll be on top of the leaderboard pretty much every game.
Nice. There's something to it.
Yeah, it's definitely good to get in that state. So like if you can get in that state, and then like if you're gonna play a game where you actually concentrate, you will destroy me. I'm getting right there.
Throwing stuff.
Yeah. Well, we're sitting here bragging about how great we
we're
are.
awesome, so good.
Scores are dropping.
Number 4. You're still the top 3. I am not. I can shut that hell up.
Dropping.
I guess Warzone's not doing so good. They have not introduced big map yet. We're still on I don't remember what the name of the map for the last game. What was it?
Operating RCXD.
We've given up the lead.
But there's been like a lot of cheaters apparently, and
cheaters.
Yeah. Like in ranked play and Warzone and stuff and driving people away.
Don't die. We need you.
Just another example of how stupid Ubisoft and Epic Mind is. Because at moments like this, like their player numbers would. If anyone was like, when players get pissed at Call of Duty, they would go over to Extra Fun. 6v6 picks, you know what I
Claim the
mean?
advantage. Now hold it. Enemy UAV inbound.
But they have no vision. Ubisoft is the worst video game company in the world, and they're about to sell itself to Tencent.
Hostile Semtex. Identified enemy gas mask.
Oh boy. Might just have to play the game.
Using scout bots. 5 enemies deleted. Molotov.
Oh, god damn.
Shit.
Hey, cabrón! Set your aim! Grenade!
You know, I don't know if this is necessarily true, but I think the decision to start using a controller with back buttons was probably the greatest decision ever made in any
Spotted enemy
context.
spring mine.
Yeah, I like them.
Spring mine disabled.
Definitely.
I mean, it's kind of like I wouldn't be able to play this without it now at this point. Like if I had to play Call of Duty with just the face buttons using the thumb, I would.
Right.
I just wouldn't. Like, yeah, not gonna happen. Okay, I'm gonna take the next 2 minutes and try to play with just face buttons. I just see I already fucked up. I can't do it.
Enemy deploying gas.
Damn. I had a quad kill there. Fuck.
Needless to say, this game.
Oh my god, yeah. Again.
Oof.
Hold the line, Crimson. This is ours to lose.
Oh, I'm streaming right now. I forgot to tell you. It's okay. Just no one watching. Matt C's not here. I wish he was. Matt C was here. I was shouting him out.
Oh, come.
Matt C's been cool though, because like even if he doesn't watch my streams, he'll like leave a comment on them like afterwards.
Mission goals agreed.
Super nice. It's really good for the algorithm. If YouTube's gonna be like recommend this to anyone, that's the kind of make it happen.
Yeah.
Let's go. Cool. I told you. I knew I had to play the game.
Yes.
Get shit on. Your turn. Gotta die. Oh, what's up, bitch? Get out of here. Oh, they didn't even show the kill. I got like 2 more kills after this. Hell yeah. Oh, dude, top. Dude, give us an emo, please. There we go.
I don't really like the sound effects. They don't need the sound effects. It's really dumb sounding.
It's still.
Why is that? Why do we gotta make that noise?
Oh my god. That's super funny. Oh shit.
All
So
right,
are you
well,
done?
Good games, man.
Dude, really good games.
Yeah, I gotta run.
If I don't know what my game plan is. Like I said, I'm gonna try to like not smoke after 7 and then clean. And then once I'm done cleaning, then like free for all. But
there you go.
You got plans tomorrow? You got anything going on?
We're gonna probably be
go
cleaning
over
up
to
here, as a matter of fact.
right.
Yeah.
All right. I already asked you that. I've been drinking these surges. I apologize.
No worries. Yeah, beyond that, not a whole lot.
Well, if you're around.
All right, man. Well, I'll look for you tomorrow. Ooh.
Have an excellent evening.
Good night.
I'll talk to you soon. Late.
All right. See ya.
That was fun. Back on here in a second. I'm gonna use the bathroom. We're getting back into it. Check this out.
Leads to Alpha's downfall, you can at least admit that it's somewhat wholesome. I understand that there's some brother-sister roleplay stuff going on here. They're all pretending to be wolves and whatever, but this is kind of cutesy, all right? You got a close-knit group of friends celebrating one of their friends proposing to the other friend. Now, I don't really know what the effect of that is on the social structure of the Wolfpack elite, but trust me, the cracks are going to start to form.
If you guys are wondering what was behind my back,
That's it. I love
that was behind my back.
I do love that sign.
You have the Irish You have the Irish symbol right here. Followed by
The
3
Irish
other
symbol?
symbols,
What
if
does
you
that
guys
mean?
know what that is. Get engaged today.
I knew about it the whole time. I know. All right, guys.
Now, even though I said earlier that I didn't know what was going down, I knew it was going down. Anyway, guys, this is the crew. Hey, you two.
What?
This is the weirdest fucking I've seen in my life. Hey.
Bye.
And remember, guys, Wolfpack is always watching.
We get to
We
Shepherd
begin
already.
to see cracks form around these relationships. We hear for the first time Alpha and Beta refer to each other as siblings, which makes their previous relationship about on par for what I expect for a camo-wearing, countryside-living wolf impersonator.
Oh, maybe we did do the recording again. No. His video was stolen. No. We're not redoing the video, Allie. Shut it. Anywho, so we're just having fun. Okay.
Hi, sis.
Someone had too much Mountain Dew today. Fuck her. I was riding my freaking
Second dog shit. I thought I had 2 of these left.
During Beta's birthday celebration, we get an epic meltdown by Alpha, screaming at his wife for being a nuisance and disrupting his true love's birthday cake singing.
Seriously, there's not enough alcohol on the planet to make anyone happy. Just literally not enough. That's why you have to combine alcohol with other drugs. Pro tip.
The frustration boils over where
You say
the comments are
frustration?
flooded with people bringing up the incestuous tones of their relationship, along with prodding Alpha because he clearly is still in love with Beta.
Stay on top. For fuck's sake! Those two are a couple. Their 2 years is coming up.
The insecurity from Alpha begins to bleed over into other aspects of his life. The audience begins to clown on him because he works at Texas Roadhouse. He says that he is one step away from becoming a manager, and according to his recent work history, it appears that he no longer works at Texas Roadhouse, so that managerial role did not come to fruition. But maybe at this new location and coffee house, he might be able to pick up that mantle.
I think you're funny. Saying that I only made $12 an hour when I've been with Texas Roadhouse for 2 years. I am making $24 an hour. And on top of that, I am a sanitation captain. I am an SA. I food run. I clean dishes.
Reducing Alpha.
So weird.
Taking B. Losing A.
The chicken wing meltdown is another example. Typically their content is just alpha and beta, but slowly his disdain for Den Mother becomes more and more prevalent as each video gets uploaded.
I get really defensive when people say that.
Same here.
I feel like you guys I'm eating right now and I'm not tearing into somebody's throat. That is disrespectful.
My poor stomach's like screaming.
If I only did not go down to reflux.
I would make you do this. I know. If you didn't have a reflex, I'd say I care, but I would die. What? Oh,
My wife.
I know that. Yes, baby.
Give me a towel.
We don't have any napkins.
I said a towel.
Yes,
It's burning now.
Throw it up.
Losing B.
No, it's not.
Losing Bravo.
Whoa.
The next logical step in the power dynamics of a human wolf pack would be for the 2 males to decipher who the actual alpha male is. Delta made it clear from the beginning on multiple different occasions that he has no interest in usurping power.
Seriously, babe, do you want the alpha? See? You don't want the alpha?
so dumb.
So, and neither am I, and neither his wife. So, shut the hell up. I don't want to hear another word about this.
However, based on previous transgressions, this led to the audience to bombard them with requests for Delta to become the Alpha, to no avail.
Listen here, dude. My fiance does not want to be alpha. He's told me many times he doesn't want to. He's told my brother who's right behind me, he doesn't want to be alpha. And you told that one's wife, he doesn't want to be alpha.
Guys, seriously, drop it.
Alpha begins to feel like his power is dwindling and wants to prove why he is the top dog. He shows this by sitting crisscross applesauce and eating a sour candy.
See how much of a badass I am as an alpha?
Enemy
I got a
UAV
lemon right
inbound.
here.
This right here?
Talks to waste the most sour candy in the world.
Using A.
Wow, brother, look at your face, yo. Holy shit. That's how pretty badass my brother is.
The day has finally come, and an arm wrestling competition is decided to prove who is actually Alpha.
And Eric, legit, no hands. My other hand has got to be here or on my shoulder. So shut up.
Eric, you're the same.
Whenever you're ready.
Go. Just hold the shoulder.
Still, man, son of a bitch.
Come on, babe. You can do it.
What's that in my chest?
I'm not sure I know what to slide right now.
That's easy.
Using Alpha.
You said you wanted to do something with him. It's okay. Whoever wins, it's gonna be a good fight.
Delta, Delta, Delta.
I think Delta was holding up personally. Chicken Arm Alpha was trying with all of his might and he was barely able to get a pity victory.
Enemy mine, front.
Alpha's bravado returns and he's back to defending his pack. He tells a hilarious story of his dad dying in a scorpion combat, and Alpha promises to avenge him.
Because if you're in my turf and you're in the shadows, you better watch your back.
Using B.
My father was killed by a scorpion lieutenant. The last thing my dad said is stay out of the shadows, and I saw my dad get slaughtered. And then that lieutenant ended up dead. I fought scorpions. I fought
Losing B.
juggalos. I'm even a juggalos commando because I took down one of their commandos.
Bravo.
So I would watch your tongue around. There's Beta. There's Den Mother, which is underneath Delta.
Vengeance is mine.
She's second in command. Third in command. Den Mother.
Alpha once again tries to reassert his dominance. However, he unfortunately just gives a word salad response in defense of his Alpha ship.
Securing C.
I understand all you guys are saying that I'm weak to be an alpha. But there's a reason why I'm the alpha of my crew. Tara, who has a TikTok on here. There's a reason why she is not ready for alpha. There's a reason why Eric's not ready for alpha. There's a reason why the Den Mother is not ready to be the alpha on my crew. The reason why I am the alpha on my crew is because I can handle shit.
Ultimately, we're still stuck with
What
Alpha
shit
being
are you
embarrassed
referring
by
to?
his continuous attempts to get back to and be close with Beta. Unfortunately, it's immediately shut down by Delta, and he has to go run away and cower all by himself.
I'm here with Delta and Alpha. One person we're missing is our Den Mother, aka Baby Husky. She's at home right now because she's on her monthly and she's really not doing what I want right now. Yes, Alpha, can I help you?
Hi.
Right. Okay then. All my dudes are done. Yeah, he's dead.
Gain the advantage. Now hold it.
Fuck you. Oh, I'm over here. I don't like I'm intruding on my pictures. Or on my video. I That killed me. Up close and personal. Oh, honey.
I mean, look at her. Look at this.
Stop it!
Trophy system is out of ammunition.
Where the pack will go, who knows? What amount of this...
Honestly, the whole wolf packs just pile on top of each other and fucking have a good time.
Story is true or fabricated is left up to your own decision making. I've only merely presented my thoughts. Every once in a while, a new character is unfolded into the Wolfpack verse. It appears it might actually be expanding.
I got down because I had to. Now I'm back. So, you want to challenge? Let's challenge.
We got Delta, Beta, Dead Mother, and our newest member.
Our other dead mother's at home.
Sadly, the other dead mother is at home. Control my hunter is what I have now. He's in a different state.
Securing B.
But as soon as I get a place for all of us, I'm going after him.
Sometimes you wish you hadn't seen something, but in all honesty, I'd love to see where the shitstorm goes. And I want to include at the end of this video that there is speculation that the whole brother-sister relationship is not actually real, that they're not actually siblings, but it's more in response to them being wolves and referring to each other as siblings within a pack.
Listen here, dude. When I say brother, I don't mean biological. Jeff and I are not biological siblings. He is like a brother to me. I have only sisters. Her husband has been like a brother to me for a very long time. And I love him like a sibling. That's it. Seriously, like, when I say she married my brother, I mean she is married to someone who is like a brother to me.
I don't know. It doesn't make a lot of sense to me. But either way, until next time, I'll talk to you guys later.
Securing B.
Peace.
Hostile UAV established overhead.
So right before I was about to end the video, I discovered Allie's TikTok page, which is chock full of great megs and info, so I decided to add this addendum with some updates. Beta explains that she doesn't want to be Alpha, and that she's actually a sister to Allie, and that is the only familial relationship in the group. So it kind of points back to that the whole brother-sister roleplay thing going on was all just a farce, that she treats him like a brother. People are still skeptical about all that, but I give some credence to it, I guess.
Listen here, dude. I don't want to be Alpha. Never do, never will. No thanks. There's only one true Alpha, and he's right there. That's my brother. So
if you guys continue to pick on my crew, you will regret it. So I suggest you stop now.
Listen here, I'm not having a lesbian love affair. Oh, dude, that girl who happens to be right there, that's my sister. Married to a man who happens to be like a brother to me.
Hi, guys.
And just like my fiance is like a brother to her.
He drives me up the wall and drives me cuckoo for banana.
Yeah, just like her husband drives me up the cuckoo banana.
We didn't dig into this a whole lot, but Alpha had a series of videos with his Alpha where he tries to flex them and scare off all the scary trolls.
Alright, you little bastard. You want to challenge my pack? Well, I hate to say this, but I'm not the Alpha that you want to challenge. Because my true Alpha is right there. So if you want to challenge one of us, you have to go through all of us.
The downfall of Alpha extends to people memeing and duetting him, which leads to multiple meltdowns.
It's got my attention that you think you can be Alpha, Jeffrey.
You got my attention! For those of you saying I'm not fit to rule, well, listen up and listen well. Eric ain't fit to rule either. So you go, suck it up, and deal with an Alpha that is true.
A pretty popular one is saying that he has dresses that he wears, and even includes a Freudian slip of him not buying more, i.e. he already has some. Clips like these make me think that the whole situation is fake, if I'm being completely honest. It's hard to think that such minor nothing burgers of controversies lead to this big of freakouts, but who am I to say?
One thing I'm going to say right now is that these dress comments need to stop immediately. Because my whole entire wardrobe involves work shirts, work pants, and military issued steel toe boots.
Remind those shitheads who they're dealing with.
So I suggest you knock it all off about me wearing dresses and having them in my wardrobe, because I don't. Nor will I have any plans to buy more.
We find out that they're not just ghost hunters, they're also demon hunters.
We're just demon hunters. That's all.
Alpha says that he's not going to hide behind a mask or a screen like his trolls do, only to immediately hide behind a Star Wars clone helmet.
Oh, Jeffrey, it's come to my attention that you think 24 hours to accept a duel challenge. But I don't hide behind a mask like you!
So, you want to continue playing these games? Hiding behind a puny little computer.
Alpha thinks that he completely destroyed a troll by impersonating his wife and flirting with said troll.
Seriously, dude? You are messaging me on my Instagram telling me that my wife is messaging you.
Hi, guys.
Well, ETW, dude, the truth is, you're messaging her drunk-ass husband who just got home from fucking work this whole time.
We find out that Allie has a heart condition and that Alpha is very insecure with people referring to her as their wife.
Her medical condition is MR. What do you want to say?
I want to say, guys, I love you guys very, very much with all my heart. And I wouldn't be doing my videos if I didn't love you guys.
Bad enough that I deal with a stressful shift from Texas Roadhouse. Then I had to come home and see her in tears almost every night. I don't mind guys watching her account. But the moment you guys start calling her your wife or your girlfriend, that's going too far for me.
That makes me uncomfortable because I don't know.
It makes her uncomfortable and it pisses me off.
All of this eventually culminates into Alpha deleting his social pages. He mentions other sibling accounts, which may or may not be his actual blood-related siblings. But I honestly can't be bothered to go down that rabbit hole.
My TikToks are now gone. Both my accounts are gone. I am no longer on TikTok, but you guys seriously pushed it too far. Jesse Bailey 1 and Jesse Bailey 3. Stop tagging those accounts in videos. Stop messaging her of stuff that is false about me.
Allie follows suit by saying that she's leaving and deleting her content as well.
Okay, guys, this is my official last video on TikTok.
We get a final update from last year explaining that they bought a house and that Delta and Beta broke up. How sad. I guess that just opens the door for Alpha once more to shoot his shot with Beta, but I guess we'll have to wait and see if any more updates come from that. If you guys know of more information that I did not cover, that's on different pages that I was unaware of, please let me know. I've had a great time exploring this weird niche of the internet, and if there's enough content, maybe a part 2 will stem from this. But either way, guys, once again, finally, for the final time, I hope you enjoyed. Until next time, I'll talk to you guys later. Peace.
Tara, if you're gonna keep running your mouth about Delta, they did actually break up. That's an update. Jeff and I are doing a tour of the house. The house is clean. We just don't like doing house tours because people are pretty much judgmental about the house.
Blasphemous HD, Illuminati, or Master Uruguay. These are just a few of the many examples of YouTubers who were once at the top of the world, but who lost their audience and came crashing back down to earth. However, few have faced a more drastic downfall than Nas Daily. He went from racking up millions of views per video at his peak to struggling to hit 100,000 despite having 13 million subscribers. Hi, I'm the Internet Anarchist. I create weekly YouTube documentaries, and today we'll be examining the deserved downfall of Nas Daily. Believe it or not, but Nas was a big deal at one point. He was inescapable on YouTube. No matter where you looked, you'd eventually come across Nas with his massive green and black t-shirt, covering an obscure yet interesting topic.
I found a man who is a human calculator.
Hi, I'm Scott Flansburgh, and I'm faster than any calculator on the planet Earth.
He can add numbers faster than he can talk, and he never graduated from high school. How did he learn?
Most importantly, Nas and his content was actually loved by the audience. They comment on one of his older videos reading, "I'm much obliged to Nas for such inspiring videos, giving a light of goodness in everyone's heart watching him. I wish that this channel reached to every individual sharing this land." Fast forward to today, and almost all of his videos have a horrible like-to-dislike ratio, regardless of their topic. The love and respect people once had for him and his content has now turned into widespread seething hatred. One person on Twitter wrote, "Is it weird that I hate Nas Daily more than anyone else on Earth? I mean, he makes videos, which is ultimately not that big a deal, but when I see his face, I feel like I'm going to have a stroke." And unsurprisingly, almost everyone in the replies agreed with the OP sentiment. So, what happened? How did Nas manage to turn such a massive audience against himself, effectively ending his career? Well, it might have something to do with his unchecked ego, narcissism, and a tendency to exploit others' culture and religion for content. But to get the full picture of how he reached this point, we first have to step back and start from the very beginning. Nusser Yassin, aka Nas, was born to an Arabic Muslim family of Palestinian descent that was living in the small city of Araba, Israel. And while this detail might seem insignificant at first, it would later play a pivotal role in his ultimate downfall. At the age of 19, he successfully got into Harvard for aerospace engineering. His degree of choice also inspired him to upload his first YouTube video in November of 2012, titled Operation Skyfall, First Hamburger in Space. As the name suggests, this was a video of Nas and his friends from Harvard attaching a hamburger to a weather balloon and sending it 30,000 meters into space.
2, 1.
This became a bigger success than Nas could have ever imagined, earning over 500,000 views in less than 20 days. Although this didn't motivate Nas to start uploading regularly, it did reveal the massive potential audience that was waiting on YouTube. So, 4 years after his first upload, Nas returned to the internet, this time with the explicit goal of becoming a content creator. He started a fairly unique vlog series on Facebook in which he uploaded a minute-long video every single day while showcasing interesting things from around the world.
This, I know what song they got a remix of the worst fair use song on YouTube. It's not doing it justice, but it is this is a remix of that. A remix of a terrible song. I'm just
daily videos until January of 2019, with his Facebook page gaining over 12 million followers. A month later, he started a new series of weekly videos on YouTube. These new videos were longer and had much better production quality.
20 million people. 20 million people visit one city every year. And that city is not London, New York, or Mumbai. That city is a small dot on the map called...
And that's when he started seeing mainstream levels of success. Many of these
Really
longer
big
videos
cock.
went
I would
super
love to know
viral,
big cock.
gaining millions of views and propelling Mars onto the forefront of YouTube. But it didn't take long for this empire to begin unraveling, ultimately resulting in the pitiful state it is today. However, unlike many other YouTubers who immediately fell off after a single big controversy, Naz's decline is due to a series of massive blunders over the years, like when he got caught trying to exploit an elderly tattoo artist to make a quick buck. In July of 2021, Nuz uploaded a video titled World's Oldest Tattoo Artist. The video featured a 103-year-old tattoo artist from the Philippines named Apo Wang Od, who relied on traditional methods like using thorns instead of modern machinery for her art.
In the jungles of the Philippines, there is a woman who is 103 years old. She is the oldest tattoo artist in the world, and she doesn't use a tattoo machine, and she doesn't let you choose your own tattoo.
This was a classic Nuz Daily style video with nothing out of the ordinary. That is, until you peeked into the video's description and found this. For today's video, we flew all the way to the highlands of the Philippines to bring you this story. And what's even better is that we convinced Wang Od to become a teacher. So she's now officially teaching on Nuz Academy. Put simply, Nuz was offering a tattoo course from Wang Od on his own education platform called Nuz Academy. And this was great. Nuz got more people to visit his site, Wang Od got the opportunity to share her art with the world, and the people who were interested in traditional tattooing got to learn it directly from the master. It was a win-win situation for everyone. However, it wasn't long before things took an unexpected turn. On August 4th, 2021, someone claiming to be Wang Od's relative made a revelation about his tattooing course on Facebook, stating, "Warning, Wang Od Academy is a scam. My grandmother did not sign any contract with Nuz Daily to do any academy. Some people are taking advantage of our culture. Please help us stop this disrespect to the legacy of Apo Wang Od and to the Buttbot tribe." In response, Nuz uploaded a video showing Wang Od putting her thumbprint on the contract. This was also accompanied by a now deleted statement from Nuz, reading, "We approached Wang Od because, just like you, we love her. We love her traditions and are inspired by her. We wanted to share her culture for future generations to appreciate and respect the ancient Kalinga tradition of Mamba Batok. So we pitched her family with the idea of creating Wang Od Academy. Her and her family both loved this
I wonder
idea
if the
and have
internet
worked with
anarchist
us
is
to
actually
build
an
it,
anarchist.
with Wang Od teaching herself. As a matter of fact, Wang Od's trusted niece, Estella Palangdao, was present and translated the contents of the contract prior to Wang Od affixing her
I'm asking the
thumbprint,
comments.
signifying
Get down, frag! We've taken the lead. Stay on task. Losing A.
Hostile flashbang.
We're losing Alpha. Losing Bravo.
her full consent to the project. This is the clearest evidence that it is not a scam and achieved the consent of her and her immediate family. Now, this could have been a fairly decent response to the allegations. However, the way Nuz ended this statement only caused more anger. It read, 40% of Nuz Academy is made up of Filipinos, so for us, this is personal. We deeply care about the Philippines and respect the many cultures and traditions that exist across the country. Maybe this was his effort to seem more credible to the outraged Filipino viewers. Most people compared his reasoning to the kind racists use, like saying, I'm not prejudiced, I have friends from that group, which only fueled more outrage. Things got even worse when Gracia, the person who originally called out Nuz Academy, made another post on Facebook stating, hello everyone, Wang Od Academy is not real. I spoke to her and she said she did not understand what the translators were saying. I'm sorry to tell you, she will not be joining the @Nuz Daily. I know you have some good intentions of sharing our culture to the next generation. However, our village concern is that some people are profiting and exploiting our art and culture. I know you spoke to someone and gave some money and will share profits, but Afro 1 Odd is not aware of your contract. Hope you sort this out. Thank you. Have a nice day. This went against everything Nuz was saying, and after getting even more backlash, he immediately sent a team to the Philippines to reach a mutual understanding with Wang Odd and her family. Credit where credit's due, he did take action to fix the issue, but that still doesn't answer why all this happened in the first place. If Gracia hadn't spoken out against the injustice, Nuz would have likely continued selling the Wang Odd course on his website without fairly compensating her. However, this wasn't the only time he'd incur wrath on his Filipino audience. A day after Gracia made her original post, a Filipino farmer named Louise Mabalu also came forward with the story of her encounter with Nuz Daily. Louise was the creator of the Cacao Project, a non-profit aimed at fighting deforestation by providing better support and education to the farmers. And according to Louise, Nuz wanted to make a video on her project, but when he reached the site, he had some nasty things to say about the Filipinos, like farmers are so poor, and why are Filipinos so poor? She also accused him of not releasing the video on the project because in his eyes it wasn't entertaining enough. He didn't care about raising awareness towards real issues and was only concerned about the number of views his videos would get. Louise's post went viral, fueling even more backlash from around the world for his downright racist remarks, with comments reading, "Nuz Daily is a liar," as well as "Nuz Daily hates the Philippines." In response, Nuz uploaded a video denying the allegations, while also claiming that the entire Cacao Project is nothing but a facade.
On paper, it was supposed to be a non-profit that helps farmers. In reality, it's a for-profit that exploits farmers.
From there, this whole controversy slowly faded into internet obscurity, but the damage was already done. Regardless of how true Louise's allegations were, a big chunk of the internet now saw Nuz as nothing more than a privileged racist. And while all that was going on, Nuz managed to get himself into yet another controversy, this time for shamelessly presenting crypto scammers as the most kind-hearted people in the world. On November 12, 2021, Nuz uploaded a now-deleted YouTube video titled "The Most Generous Bitcoin Billionaire." The video painted the founder of the FTX crypto exchange, Sam Bankman-Fried, in an extremely positive light, almost short of calling him the best person ever to live.
Guy you see next to me is the most generous billionaire in the world, and I found him.
Hi, my name is Sam, and this is my story.
Sam has crazy hair. Sam is vegan. Sam sleeps 5 hours a night. Sam lives in the Bahamas with 10 roommates. Sam is
I'm vegan too,
29
bitch.
years old only, but Sam has $22 billion.
And his sister
And he wants to donate all of it to charity.
Later, in May of 2022, Naz posted a similar video titled "Most Humble Crypto Billionaire," this time with Changpeng Zhao, the founder of Binance, which was the most popular crypto exchange at the time. And just like with Sam Bankman-Fried, the video was filled to the brim with Naz showering endless amounts of praise on Zhao.
This is the richest guy in the world from crypto, and you don't even know him.
Hi,
my name is CZ.
He made over $60 billion, but his mom still called him stupid.
I just feel like people who invest in crypto or believe in crypto are like, really don't know anything about money or economics or anything. And the fact that, like, I mean, it's like on its face, purely speculative. It's insane.
Losing B.
When you say something is like speculative as far as value, basically like it's only valuable because someone's like, valuable. Literally. All crypto is based on trust me, bro. It's valuable. Period. Speculative value means it's only valuable if people think it's valuable. And guess what? Crypto has no value because it's based on, trust me, bro, it's got value. Morons.
Let me tell you his incredible story.
Both of these videos looked like ads focused on improving the image of the two crypto billionaires. However, there was no mention of these being paid promotions anywhere in the videos or in their descriptions. But as fans would later find out, there's a high likelihood that these were ads, and Nas simply didn't disclose the truth. In April of 2022, Nas went on a podcast hosted by a YouTuber named Silicon Valley Girl and accidentally spilled the beans.
Sometimes we get a brand deal in which I have to go on the spot for one full day and make a video about it.
So sometimes the characters are in your video are actually paid sponsors.
Sometimes, yes.
Can you say that?
We do not say that because, well, one in the post is when we say thank you to XYZ Global for making this possible. Two, is that we don't live in America.
He clearly...
It's really interesting because capitalism in general is dependent on the exploitation of labor, which is the only true source of value.
Enemy RTXD detected.
With crypto, the source of value, any money that can come out of it is from suckers. The exploitation of morons.
Securing C.
Will just trust their favorite creators, their favorite influencers, their favorite whatever, who's selling a fucking meme coin. Just, I mean, they are literally just like buying into their personality. It's personality cult shit. People are so fucking dumb. Like that is on its, that's what is on its face. And the fact that like people can't see shit, it's like true on its face. It's just like it feels hopeless. It's kind of like, dude, like if you can't recognize what's right in front of you, like, you can't recognize anything. Like your brain is like soft, smooth, and useless.
Hold the enemy back.
Thank you.
He admitted to hiding the sponsorships from his audience and tried to backpedal on it after realizing his blunder. Not to mention, his entire logic of, quote, we don't live in America is extremely flawed. This is because YouTube, the platform that he uploads his videos on, is based in America and therefore has to adhere to the American law, including clear disclosure of paid promotions. This also called all of his other videos into question, leaving viewers wondering if he was genuinely interested in something or was just praising it because he was paid to do so. This, of course, opened up a whole new can of worms. Suddenly, viewers couldn't help but wonder, was his videos ever genuine, or was he just hyping things up because he was paid to? To make matters worse, both the good guy crypto billionaires he promoted in his videos turned out to be scammers, with massive charges of money laundering and customer fraud. Sam Bankman-Fried in particular got charged with a fine worth over $11 billion and is also serving 25 years in prison. In other words, Nas likely took the money from two of the biggest scammers to make promotional videos about how humble and charitable they are. This on its own would be enough to end the career of most YouTubers. But Nas wasn't done digging his own grave yet, as he was about to pick a fight with over 2 billion Muslims for his mockery of Islam and, by extension, his hypocritical views on the Palestine-Israel conflict. In July of 2024, Nas uploaded a video titled, I studied Islam for 1 month and I lost all my hair, and this title alone was plainly disrespectful. You see, the second half of the video was referring to the tradition of men willingly shaving their heads after a pilgrimage in the holiest city of Makkah. So for Nas to refer to it as losing his hair raised some stern eyebrows from the Muslim community, and judging by the like to dislike ratio, the video wasn't any better. The whole thing was filled to the brim with misinformation and straight up lies about the religion of over 2 billion people. This led to the comment section becoming a minefield of almost every person pointing out and correcting one of Nas's many inaccuracies. Many were also simply outraged at the video and Nas's attitude towards covering such sensitive topics, with one comment reading, please study Islam properly from the scriptures, then make a video. 1 month can't be enough to study a single religion. You were just making fun of a very sensitive topic. You did Umrah to make a point. Please get yourself checked. And you should delete this video. At Nas Daily, an Islamic video creator named Smile2 Jannah even made an entire video directly responding to Nas and his skewed view of Islam.
For the first time in my life, I shaved my head completely just to make it.
Okay, this was a bit random, but why would you shave your head to make a point?
And especially if you say this to a Muslim's thinking, huh? We shave our heads after pilgrimage because this was an act of the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, and this is something that we replicate. And you should also know the importance of intention, that the intention has to be correct for it to be accepted by God, not doing it to make a point.
But all of this would pale in comparison to the hypocrisy he showed when sharing his views on the Palestine-Israel conflict. As we mentioned earlier, while he was born in Israel, his family was of Palestinian descent, so people were naturally curious about his stance on the Palestine-Israel conflict. Naz also saw the number of people who wanted his opinion on the matter and decided to cash in with a video titled "My Israel and Palestine Explained." In this video, Naz tried to portray himself as a true neutralist, someone who just wants peace.
My solution is simple. Bring people together, not apart. This is why we make these videos. This is why we support the many Israelis who want peace and the Palestinians who need peace.
However, this completely backfired, with most people seeing the video as self-serving and an attempt to trivialize such a complex matter. His attempts to appear neutral also got criticized by almost every viewer, with a comment from a Vietnamese person explaining the major flaw in his argument, stating, "I know your point is kind, but I disagree with you. As a Vietnamese, I've been taught how my ancestors fought to protect the country. My country was invaded and colonized by China, France, Japan, USA. They never wanted to free Vietnam. Vietnamese people had been slaves for hundreds of years until they fought and gained victory. If they just prayed for peace, if they wanted to be friends with the invaders, the country people would have been slaves for thousands of years later." And Naz's actions outside of this video only made things worse. In a tweet he made in October of 2023, he claimed to be an Israeli first, Palestinian second, which people interpreted as him taking Israel's side in the conflict. But viewers also uncovered a video of him openly cursing at Israel with his friends when he thought he was off camera. And here lies the biggest issue with Naz's stance on the Palestine-Israel issue. He's a hypocrite who is completely dishonest with his audience. He tried to present himself as a neutral party vouching for peace, but in reality, he doesn't care what happens to either side. He's only interested in making videos on the conflict and saying whatever would get him the most views, which, as you might imagine, pissed off both sides, resulting in Naz losing his entire audience. Now, looking back at his many controversies, they may seem completely unrelated at a first glance. However, there is a single thread that weaves them all together: his overinflated ego, whether it's exploiting an elderly tattoo artist or claiming he has the solution to a complicated conflict. It all starts to make sense when you realize he genuinely believes he's always right. This would also explain his complete inability to take any criticism, like when a YouTuber by the name of Avi Yamini confronted him about the mismatch between his words and actions.
Naz, how you doing, mate?
Good, mate. How are you? How are you?
Tell us.
Nice to meet you, everybody.
Do you think it's cool that you're standing here and you're being employed, like you're getting paid by the World Economic Forum to promote their product?
I'll tell you what's cool. This is the video. How are you guys? Give me. You know what's really cool is that all this was done for no money.
You did it for free?
For free, my
so
friend.
You're willing to sell yourself for free?
I'm selling myself for free because I have opinions, and I agree with those opinions.
You push the climate change agenda. You push a lot of these agendas, these woke agendas. But here, what's the cover?
We've done more for climate change than you have.
Yeah? What have you done?
We've done.
How did you get here?
We've done more for climate change than you have.
Naz retaliated by acting like a child and rudely interrupting Avi when he was interviewing the Prime Minister of Luxembourg and running away.
I'll be honest, when I first got to Davos, he confused me by interrupting my interview with the Luxembourg Prime Minister and then running away.
So is he annoying you? Is he annoying you?
No, it's still okay.
Okay, because this is Naz Daly. He's a great, listen, Naz Daly.
This guy's annoying. Be careful of this guy. He's annoying.
I was a lawyer before. If you need some help.
Wait. What law? What law? Naz might need criminal help. Naz, come here. 2 questions.
I'm good. Wait. Bro, I know you're...
Hold on.
All of these controversies and weird behavior have caused the 99% of his audience to abandon him completely. His videos now struggle to hit 100,000 views, while his tweets barely scraped together 100 likes, despite him having over 137,000 followers on that platform. A comeback is still possible, but it would demand Nuz to completely rebrand himself and start over from scratch, something I can't picture him doing anytime soon. He'll likely keep producing the same type of content, gradually fading into complete irrelevance in the coming months, with no hopes of ever regaining the massive audience he once had. Another YouTuber who faced a massive downfall was Blasphemous HD, who has millions of subscribers but can barely scrape together 10,000 views.
Hello, my strange little onions. Today, we are going to build the chandelier and hang it in my apartment. Now, my apartment has no overhead lighting in the main living space, which is why I'm going to connect the chandelier to a hardwire plug or outlet plug. Wait, which is it? Yeah, hardwire is when you ground it into the actual wiring. I know that. I'm actually very good with electricity. Look at this light fixture. It's wood with these green glass bulbs, and it's very Art Deco. I'm in love with it. Thank you, Judith, who got it off of my Amazon wish list, and I didn't even mean to put it on the wish list. It was ambient-induced cart adding that ended up going to the wish list instead. Oh, I'm in love with it. Oh my gosh, I am so excited to be putting it all together. I hurt my shoulder this afternoon. I was walking home and I tripped on a curb. So, yeah. But look at this. This is part of it. Ha ha. Some assembly is indeed required. This light fixture does not have any instructions, but luckily I do know how to assemble light fixtures and I understand how electricity works. White wire to white wire, black wire to black wire, because electricity is what? Racist. Yeah. Electricity is racist. And this is one of the only instances that segregation is a good thing. Don't let men intimidate you. They deliberately make things sound more complicated so you don't do them. Don't let the straight white men win. These little tools they give you to install things are basically useless, but I use them anyway because I'm what? Racist, lazy. I'm lazy. I use these because I'm lazy and I don't want to walk all the way over there to get the wrench. So we're gonna use this because I'm not racist. Look at that. It's an octopus with 6 tentacles instead of an 8. So it's a sextuplepus. Yeah, it's that. All joking aside, wiring a chandelier is very easy, but before you do it, please watch a YouTube video, and not this one, because this one is not going to be very helpful.
And turn off, if you can, shut off your electricity. Wait, you don't want mayhem ensued. I don't want you to get shocked. Burned up.
An actual bit of real information I'm going to tell you. The black wire is hot, the white wire is neutral, and on your cord, this is important that you keep them neutral, but both sides are silver. You're going to say to yourself, one of them will be smooth, that is your hot side. One of them will be ribbed, that is your neutral side. I actually do know what I'm talking about. I'm not just a blonde bimbo on the internet. I'm a blonde bimbo who's a nose of things. A great way to remember is Idris Elba is hot and Jim Parsons is neutral. Idris Elba be praised, it works. Look at how pretty it's gonna be. I got it to hang up. Isn't it gorgeous? The green is casting a very have another drink, my dark-eyed beauty. Spoiler alert. I wanted to have it over my bed, but I didn't want to fall on me in an earthquake, so I used one hook, and then I found a beam and installed the other part over there. And now I just need to find something to string the cord along to the wall. I don't know about you, but I love it so much. And its style goes so perfectly with this apartment and the year it was built. All right, my strange little onions, I love you. Have a hug, a cookie, and a juice box. And remember, if boys can do it, you can do it too.
Well, y'all. What do we have here? Did a robber baron just decide to come after me, Crystal? Is that what happened?
I think an immigrant welfare queen, robber baron, actually.
Immigrant welfare queen, robber baron, decide to come after me. Your lovely husband.
That is my understanding of the situation.
Elon, you know you done fucked up, right? You know you done fucked up. You're supposed to pretend like people like me don't exist. All you're gonna do is boost my name, you fool. Why would you do this to yourself? Why would you do this to yourself? All right, so the reason he came after me is because I tweeted what we in the business like to call a fact. There was $190 million that was allocated in that first bill to go to children's cancer research. Elon and Vivek went on a tweet storm and they killed that bill. Then a new bill came back up, which they approved of, which didn't have the money for funding children's cancer research. So I tweet that very basic fact, and he quote tweets a Libs of TikTok tweet that's showing what I said, right? And Libs of TikTok says, oh, he's lying, because there's a standalone bill on this that passed the House, but it didn't pass the Senate. And so since there's a standalone bill, this is factually inaccurate. And then you have Elon said, the Democrats are lying again, and he was referring to me. Now let's review again real quick. The first bill, by the way, must-pass bill, continuing resolution, must-pass bill. That had $190 million for children's cancer research. Elon killed that bill, and then a new bill came up that they approved of, again, what's viewed as a must-pass bill, and it didn't have it in there. So not only did he kill that, see, this is why he fucked up, because he brings this up, and he's not even telling you the rest of the story. The rest of the story is, what was in that original bill that Elon killed? A crackdown on PBMs. That, of course, would have lowered drug prices. So he killed a provision trying to get you higher drug prices. That's what Elon did. A crackdown on U.S. investment in China. By the way, that's like the crux of why he killed this bill, right, Crystal?
Yeah.
That he makes a lot of money from China. He's got business in China.
It was specifically a limit on high-tech investment in China. Apparently, he's planning some like Tesla AI thing in China that this would have stood in his way. So got that out of the way.
The original bill also had funding to treat sickle cell. He killed that. Funding for breast cancer early detection. He killed that. Down syndrome research funding, he killed that. Consumer protection for junk fees, as it pertains to hotels, I believe in this instance, he killed that. And then, like I pointed out, the child cancer research funding. So, that's what happened.
I don't eat Sabra.
There's no
Fuck
ifs, ands, or buts
Sabra.
about it, right? The other standalone bill
Palestine.
that they're talking about, that, oh, well, there was a separate bill, there was a standalone bill, and it got through, one part of Congress, not the other. But that's not up for a vote right now. So you would have had the children's cancer research funding go through if Elon didn't kill this first bill. And then, by the way, if he's so offended by this, okay, why don't I see you and Vivek Ramaswamy and all of these MAGA accounts furiously tweeting to say, whoa, what the hell? Put the funding for the children's cancer research back into this bill.
That's right.
Put it back into this bill. They're not doing that. And in fact, what they are doing is lying about the whole situation. But as I said, he fucked up. Because all you're doing is signal boosting me, a guy who's giving everybody information. So, you done fucked up, bro. You done fucked up. You're not supposed to
Let
signal
Crystal
boost
talk,
people like
bitch.
me. I'm supposed to be on the fringes, out in the corner, telling the truth with 17 people paying attention to what I say. You just made it so that 17,000 people are going to pay attention to what I say.
Even
So
more.
I appreciate you. Thank you very much for that. By the way, keep doing it. Keep quote tweeting my shit or having my shit that pops up on your timeline. You're only gonna make me bigger, bitch, because I'm telling people the truth. And I don't even want them to don't take my word for it. Don't take my word for it. Go read about it yourself and see what happens, see the timeline of events, and you'll know for sure that I'm telling the truth and he's lying about it.
The community notes thing, too, is such bullshit because nothing you said was incorrect at all. the money was in the bill. Elon blew up the bill. Now the money is not in the bill. Like, that's what you said. And so the fact that you could, like, append a community note to that, everything you said is 100% accurate.
I would bet you he personally intervened to get that done.
Very
my
possible.
tweet that had the fact in it went mega viral. And then I'm sure he's behind the scenes on the phone or texting back and forth with some of his minions at Twitter.
Yeah.
Like, yo.
We actually entered the true marketplace of ideas.
Add a community note to this because this is making me look bad. Yeah. You're damn fucking right it's making you look bad because you are bad, bitch. Because you did this shit.
I see people on Twitter too who are like, oh, the Democrats dastardly plan to put the like cancer funding in and then make us look like bad guys for pulling it out. And it's like, you could just not defund cancer research for kids. Like, you ever think of that? you would really own the libs if you just actually kept in the funding for the sick kids with cancer.
These people are ridiculous, man.
Yeah.
Look, I'm gonna put out a challenge to MAGA right now. Elon's a lost cause, Vivek's a lost cause. They're clowns, they're robber baron assholes. But I'm gonna put out a challenge to MAGA right now. Because I've heard some people say, oh, they're gonna hold Trump accountable and Elon accountable if they do something bad and wrong. Okay, well, I'm waiting to see. Where's the revolt? And where's the backlash for all the stuff that just got pulled out of the bill? I'm gonna say it one more time. Crackdown on PBMs was pulled out. It would have lowered drug prices. Now they
Ain't no one in here, but I'm still cool with it.
Investment in China, that was taken out. Funding to treat sickle cell, taken out. Funding for breast cancer early detection, taken out. Down syndrome research funding, taken out. Consumer protection for junk fees, taken out. And child cancer research funding, taken out. Also, deep fake porn, cracking down on deep fake porn, that was in there and that was taken out as well.
Yeah, that's right.
So if you want to prove that you guys are independent thinkers and, you know, oh, we're not a cult, we don't just follow Trump and Elon no matter what they say. Okay, bitch, go ahead. Go ahead. You should be the ones leading the charge on the shit I'm saying. I shouldn't be the one having to do it. You guys should be leading right now.
Well, the other thing is, so where things stand right now, it's chaos. Who knows what the fuck is going to ultimately happen. But the government is supposed to shut down at midnight tonight if they can't pass continuing resolution through the House and the Senate. It has to go through both bodies. So
Pop off, Crystal. I got your back.
right now, Trump really wants the debt ceiling raised so that he can do his tax cuts for the rich and not bump into the debt ceiling. The Chip Roy, Tea Party debt hawk type people in the Republican caucus don't want to vote for any debt ceiling increase. So right now what's being floated is that they would agree to a debt ceiling raise if there's a quote-unquote handshake agreement.
Is Trump an agent of chaos? We're about to find out.
In mandatory spending. Mandatory spending basically is Medicare, Medicaid, Social Security, veterans benefits, and a handful of other things. You cannot cut that amount without absolutely obliterating those incredibly popular and incredibly important programs. So, Trump is always posturing, oh, I've never cut Social Security, oh, I would never cut Medicare. Well, that's what they're pledging right now to do. That's what's going on right now.
So you're about to see, as we warned you, Vivek Ramaswamy and Elon Musk talking about Doge and getting rid of waste, fraud, and abuse and cutting government spending. We told you from day one, they're not going to touch the Pentagon. They're not going to touch the Pentagon.
Yep.
They're not going to touch the corporate welfare that Elon Musk gets.
Domination. Secure the objective. Secure and seize. Zone C secure. Lost B. Taking Alpha. Taking Bravo underway.
what are they going to touch? Grandma's Social Security and Grandma's Medicare.
That's right. They let the defense bill that Bernie voted against, that sailed through no problem. Elon didn't pitch a fit over that one. With record-breaking defense increase, you know, all this, I'm sure tons of pork in there that could be cut and wouldn't cut Grandma and her Social Security or veterans benefits or whatever. And
I'll take this.
they didn't
Don't let them get close.
So it tells you everything you need to know.
And the Doge Act, which we talked about, a bunch of Republicans proposed a bill called the Doge Act. It cut $0 from the military. They're not going to cut the military. They're not going to cut Elon's corporate welfare. He loves socialism for himself. What they're going to do is cut Grandma's Social Security and Medicare. So that's what we have to look forward to. And don't let these freaks lie about what they're doing.
Sam Cedar, Emma Vigeland on the Majority Report. Joining us now, Congresswoman Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez. Congresswoman, thanks so much for joining us.
Thanks for having me. Appreciate it.
So I'm going to start off with well, let's talk about what's going on, obviously, right now. At any moment, you could be called to the floor for a vote. And there's some indication of what it may be. They're now
I'm sorry. I mean, this might be liberal of me to say,
but bills. But just give us your.
Sorry. I mean, I know this whole
what's going on here because it feels like 5 days ago.
I think of bad empanadas when I watch stuff like this, and I think of the third world. I have slowly developed into a third worldist because I mean the argument made that like any social democracy, democratic socialism, whatever, is still dependent fully and completely on the exploitation of Africa, Middle East, parts of Asia, and even some parts of like Eastern Europe. We have a reflection of UAV and in some sections of America if you want to like really get picky, but it's obviously not as large as these other areas I'm talking about.
Bravo.
The third world is the source of all wealth. I mean, I was just saying that like labor is the source of all wealth, the source of all value, and all the laborers in the whole world who are getting when it's super exploited. I mean, workers in the United States who are getting paid like a semi-living wage are still exploited. But the actions of corporations in countries with very, very weak labor laws, they're like getting so many more times the amount of value out of the labor that they're extracting from and can make profit. Like, I mean, basically, it's like America, it'll charge you, cost you $15 to make your shirt. You sell it, the market, you make $5. You can like make that living, Sam. You can make that shit third world for not $15, for like $3. You charge the same amount. That is called super profits. And super profits come out of the exploitation of third world, which really can't like any. I mean, I'm down with the Reds. I'm down with the left. I'm down with the progressives, 100%. But unless they recognize this brutal fact that like all of this wealth is coming out of the third world. Everything we're living on, all of our tech. I'm playing on Xbox right now. There are pieces in chemistry inside of this console that have been extracted from the third world.
We're losing Charlie.
And they should be fairly compensated.
Control Bravo.
Why? Because to not would be would be exploitive. Would be just bald-faced shitty.
Hold your position.
And like if the capitalists are cool with being like that, all right. But it's not going to help them in the end. And when I say the end, I mean the overthrow of their fucking and the rise of class conscious, fully prepared to lead proletariat.
Losing A. Take it B.
Proletariat that is not 100,000% behind the liberation of the third world. Because world revolution will not be possible. And that's like the end goal, right? You want the whole world or socialist. I mean, because let's think about it. I mean, communism is. I mean, if you want, people have no idea. People are stupid. People are so dumb in this country. They like just like communism equals bad. But like they couldn't even like define really what it is, and like even if they like threw like totalitarian system, like God is dead and fucking you have no freedoms and you can't do anything unless you ask government if you can do it. I mean, it's a fantasy.
Get a UAV in the air.
Lost my train of thought.
Take it A.
But
take it Alpha.
Maybe get started on this topic. If I can remember how I got started on this topic, I can.
Tango front. We're losing Charlie. God, that never gets old. Bravo is ours.
Third world. Third worldism. I used to think that third worldism was extremely obnoxious.
Enemy mine, front.
Because it's true. I'm sorry. Even under social democracy, the vast amount of wealth is coming from an exploited third world. Whether it's through labor, the resources, there's nothing else really. Labor resources. Their political, economic power is the boots of the Western, the West. Western. Okay.
Backup's not coming. You want to get out of this alive? Better step up.
I mean, that's a really interesting point. I was watching a Bad Empanada video, and he was watching a Marxist what's his name? Irish
Weaver requesting
Marxist
UAV tasking.
peace and love. So I can read more of that. He brought up the fact that like the difference between like exploitation, Northern Ireland under Britain, which is a direct colonialization,
Time to disappear.
compared to the exploitation of Southern Ireland, which is still exploited by Britain, England, also becoming exploited by the capital of other countries. That's the real difference between direct colonial. I mean, I was watching some shit about this before, but direct colonialism is like semi-colonial. It's really whether or not like it's open up for exploitation from others. International, an international capitalist exploitation allowed. That's neo-colonialism. Like it's kind of like, I mean, a British colony. Like this is, we're gonna take all shit. Under neo-colonialism, it's like, okay, all right. We're not gonna take as much. We're definitely gonna take some, because what the fuck are we doing here? But for the sake of appearance, to make this look like it's an independent situation and their population, diet, susceptible to the propaganda of that kind of, nationalism. But it changes nothing. I lost my train of thought. I am currently drinking White Claw Surge. That is an 8% alcohol, and this is my 4th one. I should just shut up and let's just watch.
We were totally fine. Democrats and Republicans had come to a compromise, CR, this government funding bill. And it's actually funny, it kind of came down to literally maybe like a 3-hour window where the schedule in the House, there were 2 vote series. They're supposed to vote at 1:30 and then again vote at 4:30. And so they were gonna put this government spending bill that everyone had agreed to on. There's some talk about putting it through at 1:30. Mike Johnson says, you know what, let's just do it at 4. And in that 3-hour window, Elon Musk tweeted. And it died. And then you have Trump threatening, and basically Trump threatened to primary any Republican that voted for a clean CR. And then Elon tweeted that he was threatening to primary anyone that voted for the compromise CR. And Republicans are in this moment where they don't know who their daddy is right now. And so they are just running around like chickens
I love
with their
you
head
if you're
cut off.
watching this.
And so
Marry me.
we're literally in this holding pattern because
of
of this. And it's like this recursive loop that is just shut down the government literally out of nowhere because of a tweet. It's
financial
absolutely insane.
statement
like, it's
I
absolutely
made.
insane.
I was a product of divorce, so I can understand what happens when mommy and daddy fight and you don't know which side to land on. But putting that aside for a moment, one question I have that does not feel like it's going to be addressed whatsoever is the $20 billion for the IRS. This was in the last budget. It was a clawback by the Republicans. But if it's a continuing resolution, it could happen again, sort of as just sort of like, I guess, inertia. What is anybody talking about that at all?
Well, I think that this is the core problem that they're in right now.
I know this person is not watching. They are not watching. But I am not. They should know that this has been a litmus test. I am done. Ow. I'm not really sorry for anything. Because I don't, honestly, it's like, unless I was like completely like self-hating, I really don't have much to be sorry about. I feel like I've been really helpful, but I don't know if there's some kind of level of projection going on. I don't know where the trust. I mean, I don't know, whatever. But doesn't change the fact that you are wrong on certain things. You should listen sometimes. People care about you and are anti-fascist.
Now, which is that, you know, there were, of course, they need Democratic votes to pass this thing. This conference cannot keep themselves together. And so they keep trying to, but they can't. They're too much at war with themselves. And so it is something that is a priority for us. And it's not something that I think has been left aside or forgotten. This is going to be a big battle, though, and it's not going to be the last time we see this come up,
right?
Because the Trump tax cuts are expiring next year, and this is actually what this fight is actually all about. This is why Elon is involved in this right now, because he's not tweeting this out of nowhere. He's not coming at this out of nowhere. They are trying to lift the debt limit now because reauthorizing the Trump tax cuts next year are going to explode our federal debt. It's going to explode our deficit again. And they don't want to lift the debt limit then to do that. They want to lift
so
it
happy.
That's why they're
That'll draw too much attention to what their tax cuts are doing. And this way, if they split it up, it's less of a story.
And that's why Elon's getting involved. His net worth has, I believe it's almost doubled since the election. Or it's like
since the election? Are you kidding?
Among Democratic talkers, like they're talking about changes to Elon's net worth since the election. He is trying to further explode his net worth, and he is trying to leverage everything from income from federal contracts to, you know, reducing his own personal expenditures and reducing his taxes. And this is something that we are, you know, this is what this is about for him. Trump has a different set of priorities for himself. He's trying to, you know, line his own pockets and figure out his own political preservation in this moment. And sometimes those things are aligned and sometimes they're not. And I think right now we're in one of those friction points.
It's sort of the definition of an oligarchy where even though these guys aren't I mean, even though Trump's not even in office yet, his like billionaire
mob
daddy,
enforcer, basically,
is like controlling whether the government will stay open or not. But let's leave this for a moment because, you know, this is an ongoing story. We're going to find out maybe how this resolved at least for the next like 3 weeks or 2 months. We'll find that out in a moment. But I want to turn to what's been going on this week in terms of your attempt to chair the government oversight committee. And my daughter had a question that sort of dovetails into this, so I told her I would ask this question. She wants to know, and I think sort of these two questions sort of address that whole dynamic. One is if you feel abandoned by the Democratic Party, and how so, if you do. But also, she wants to know, how do you grapple with having to appeal to multiple different ideological groups within the Democratic Party and your constituency?
Yeah, well, two really good questions. The first one is that I don't really feel abandoned by the Democratic Party because my primary relationship that I care about the most is mass movement and mass movement politics. And part of my job and my role exists forever in this tension point between mass movements and everyday people and the establishment of the Democratic Party. And so that is always, like, as long as I exist as a person, I am going to be in this waypoint between these two forces. And what I'm always trying to do is open the windows of possibility for people in the Democratic Party. And so I don't feel abandoned.
It hasn't been working
because
that great, gonna be honest with you.
my
Honestly,
job
but
is not
I still love you with
to try to gain personal acceptance. My job is to try to build power for the working class. And so I feel like you have to know when to select your battles and when to force the question. And
I mean, I'm gonna be honest, it's pretty fucking fun when people ball. I mean, the Republicans like to pretend they're the representatives of, like, the working class, which just basically means anyone who's not a millionaire in their view. Versus, like, the idea of, like, actual true... The true definition of working class, which is can only be contrasted with the capitalist class, of which they are exploited, in which their interests are diametrically opposed. But it's just so funny that, like, it's just so funny that the balking at these ideas, like, oh, but so you can't talk about that, like it's not real. Like there's no such thing as a work. Nobody works. There's no such thing as a working group of, like, people who socially are, through political, economic considerations, are forced to work for a living to get by, to survive, to do all that they have to work for a capitalist state.
We're a step ahead today.
If it was up to the capitalists, they would all work for the capital. If it was up to me, they would all work for the state. Because the state doesn't run on a profit motive. The state works on a let's keep people safe and happy and productive motive. Like a motive of working for the people. A people motive. Profit motive is not a people motive. It's an anti-people. Because I was saying before, wealth. Where's wealth really come from? It comes from labor. 100%. It literally comes from nowhere else. 2024, between the years 1865 fucking 2024, to this day, all value comes from labor. Period. And if you try to take labor out of the equation, I'm not gonna get an automation right now, because that's that's the end game, right? Like, if they're gonna put all working people out of work, first of all, it's kind of like they're not going to accept that, because they need to live, survive, not just them, but their families.
You're in zone A.
But also it's...
underway.
Nice. We're pulling ahead. Securing B.
It's not sustainable. If there's no one working and no one making money, who's gonna buy your shit? Capitalists. You're gonna buy your own shit? No, you need mass consumption.
Target eliminated.
But you assholes, you want mass consumption without the raising of wages.
Beginning capture.
Are you stupid? Raising wages means more money spent. What is wrong with you? Whatever. But you know why that doesn't even work? Because, like, this isn't even really about that. This is about power. Because they know.
Securing Charlie.
it's there's so many it's contradictions on top of contradictions on top of contradictions on top of contradictions. The capitalist class, the private owner class, is dumb as dog shit and refuse to reflect, and they think that they're great because of the world that capitalism is built that they are completely disconnected from. That should have like been gone. That whole idea should have been washed up 200 years ago. It slows down as a species. Holding on to capitalism is holding back humanity.
We control Zone C.
I'm on the objective.
Losing A.
But it's every single thing they say about capitalism.
Hold those SOBs back.
Like let's think about the lies of capitalism. One, trickle down economics. If the rich people make more money, they're gonna hire more people and give out more money. Wrong. That's been proven false. And was basically like blown out of the water, like annihilated post-COVID, when companies amid record profits post-COVID laid off thousands of people. That's the whole idea of trickle down is thrown into the shitter. That very fact that post-pandemic profits result in layoffs. Historic profits that the executives are making absurd amount of money fucking most people will never fucking see ever.
They're taking C.
Super profits.
Controlling Bravo.
Using scout pulse.
More money, and it's like this is not money to buy shit. You can buy, if you have that kind of money, you can buy food for everyone on the planet.
Watch my 180.
You can end world you take any billionaire. If we took all the billionaires in the world and liquidated their fucking dumbasses, threw them in jail, took all their money, we could feed the planet and end all conflict and poverty. And we can finally resolve conflicts outside of an economic basis. Because most conflicts are like, there's an economic nationalist motivation behind it that hides behind.
We're losing Charlie.
It hides behind like real conflicts or like conflicts. When like there is enough commonality between all peoples where we can solve shit.
Charlie secured.
Humanity is capable of that.
Capture underway.
Taking Bravo underway.
If anyone thinks otherwise, they're just wrong. I'm sorry, they're straight up wrong. They don't understand about anything. You're like trapped in this like weird little bubble of like superiority.
Securing Alpha.
It's just dog shit. It's just lies.
Beginning capture.
Kind of over it.
Bravo zone secure.
Like I posted something on BlueSky, which I mean I swear people are proud of their own posts. But I posted that like to not embrace diversity leads to like cultural atrophy.
Activating scout pulse.
Like I don't give a like everyone who's like holds their stupid fucking culture in like super high regard are too dumb to realize that like their culture is like an amalgamation of different cultures, a merging of other cultures to create new cultures. It's a constant goal. It's constantly happening. And the idea of like conservatism, nationalism, that like we need to take this identity and hold on to it and like block everything else out of it and keep it going exactly how it is now,
Watch my back.
it's like fascism.
Taking A.
It's suicide. You're working against yourself.
They're taking C.
Culture doesn't work like that. Humanity has never worked like that. You're trying to create a false reality.
Watch out.
You say it's nature, it's not. You're morons.
We're losing Alpha.
You have no idea what you're talking about. The right wing are so beyond dumb. It's like, it's not worth debating.
We've lost
It really
Alpha.
isn't.
Losing B.
All their arguments are absurd. Because their entire worldview is like warped shit.
Secure Charlie.
They live in a fantasy, like just they live in a fantasy world.
Incoming on your location.
Fascists live in a fantasy world they love and wonder.
Control zone C.
And
Take
the
a
only way to
Bravo,
knock them
underway.
out of that fantasy world is with violence. They can either fucking just
Securing B.
fucking become a casualty, conflict, or they can learn the lesson.
B locked down.
Learn that, like, oh, if I decide to do this, I'm gonna get my shit kicked in.
Scout pulse going out. I'll take
Securing
this.
C.
Don't let them get close.
Locking on the objective.
So the most hopeless
Secure.
fucking reactionary piece of shit on the planet will never change their mind. Ever. And recognize the fact that like, they fuck around and get their shit kicked in.
They're taking C.
Can we get rid of fascism? I don't know. Probably not. Doesn't matter.
Controlling Bravo.
We need to do everything we can. Smash it into a little ball. Watch it. To give an inch to the fascists is suicide. Because they will never stop. Even if there was one fascist left on the one Nazi on the whole world, they would fight to recruit and to control. You know that?
Taking C. Taking B.
If there was one, and you just let that one just do what I'm gonna assume that he
Bravo zone
wants,
secure.
you're gonna end up with a problem. And if you don't realize that, you know nothing.
Lockdown A.
Fascism is social cancer. It is brain rot to the ultimate degree.
You're planning on giving up. Do it now. If not, get to work.
I'm on the objective.
And whether or not like someone can fall out of it, it's
You got a problem with your
purely
eyes?
on them and their personal experiences. You can't say shit to them because you can tell fascists the truth all day. If they like where they're at and they don't want to believe it, they won't. Sorry. That's the thing about fascism. They are utterly, completely disconnected from material reality. They're the opposite of dialectical materialists.
I'm not closing this one. Get us the hell out of here.
Because they don't see conflict as a means of change and development and progress. They see conflict as a means of domination and the constant struggle, constant national struggle, constant, never ending. And it's suicide. It's social suicide. And the only people who believe it are the dumbest people on the planet, which makes a lot of sense. Look at MAGA. The mass majority of MAGA adherents are, let's just say, ill-educated. A lot of them probably didn't teach high school. And like I don't want to be arrogant, but I feel as if all humans are capable of the cognitive necessities that is required to graduate school. Well, it's like you can't handle algebra. You can't like pretend X is another number. It's like, get a grip. Try. Put some effort with your brain. That's, I mean, oh shit. The human mind, the brain thing in our skulls is, to say it's a miracle of evolution is, to me, the human mind is on the level of the cosmic
Neutralize all threats.
like wonders.
Reclaim the advantage. Now hold it.
It's on the level of like black holes. The human mind is like just as insane and as impressive and as mysterious as black holes. I'll die in that hill. The human mind is like no other. It is a force of nature. I'm sorry. Like when I think about the DART mission that NASA did to change the trajectory of an asteroid to see if basically testing out like whether or not like if something was hurtling towards the planet and we would possibly redirect that trajectory so it doesn't smash into Earth and end all life. And in my opinion, anything that can like change the trajectory of an asteroid hurling in the massive universe, just hurling at incalculable speeds towards us, our home, our planet. If we have the capability of knocking an asteroid out of the way, that is a force of nature, stronger than most. Like that's a feat of beyond comprehension of miracles, and people don't even realize that because it's like it's considered mundane because it is normal to us, but like if you think about it, if you put it in context of everything, it is beyond valuable and impressive and like the key to like our, I mean it's gotten humanity this far. If we want to like stop that, then we're extinct. Dunzo. Yeesh. I think that they should teach that in school, that the human mind is just as impressive and as much of a force of nature as a star or a black hole.
I ran to win. I always run to win. I don't pick fights that I think are losing from the jump, even if they are long shots. But I also felt like this was a win-win situation. And I felt like it was win-win because you win it in a literal sense. We're able to wield this seat. And I think I genuinely ran because I thought it was what was best for the party. And I think it was what was best for the country. And I think it was what was best for people. And that's why I did it. But I also think that it is clarifying And sometimes when you force this question, it allows us to take measurements about where we are at. And not in a binary perspective, not just in a binary perspective either. It's not just that we won or that we lost. But even in losing, I don't think anybody in the party thought that it would be this close at the start. This is a race among, by definition, Democratic insiders, only among other members of Congress. And this is typically an environment where people like us get crushed. And the fact that it was this close, the fact that some of the most, established and powerful elements of the party had to mobilize to make, to make this result, happen. That we, people were hot on their heels.
Honestly, I think your constituency, like what you consider your constituency,
and
AOC is
so
kind of
that's
like
the first question, which leads to the second question, is that in order for us to win, we need to win along several dimensions. And we need to know how to bring people together and cleave people together in kind of different dimensions in addition to an ideological one. If it's forever just progressives versus the establishment and that's the only frame, then we are outnumbered. But if we can take that, preserve it, we're not abandoning it, but you add generational dimensions, you add class dimensions, you add some of these other things. This is an exercise in coalition building while preserving the integrity of our position. And I think this was one of our first big swings at it. And I think it, as far as that goes, there was a lot of really interesting successes in that. This was not.
So by that you mean if we were to look at the votes that you got maybe on the steering committee, if we were to look at the votes that you got on the floor, we would see you could have obviously the progressives voted for you, but then maybe there are younger people who have a different idea of what partisanship looks like. I think that is a big part of the generational changes. And there may be also some people who run to the progressive positions on economics, but maybe not on immigration, or maybe not on picket, essentially, or because frankly, there are votes that I know that my daughter and I have talked about, and we talk about here, that you've taken that I'm not excited about, to say the least. The anti-Semitism one in the most recent. But this is part, or you tell me, is this part of the idea of there are certain battles where you think are maybe less consequential in the long term that you will sacrifice to build these coalitions for the long term?
I think that we are presently in a moment where we have to be really ruthless about what battles we pick, and we cannot pick all of them. And I think we have to be realistic about the political moment that we are in. There are moments where we have the juice to be bullish, and then there are moments where we need to really strengthen foundationally and preserve. This was a tough year for us, and it's not just about big money. It's about organizationally on the left, we are in a challenging time. Just everything that has gone on over the last year, there's a genocide that is happening, and this is rightfully been a focus of so much organizing. And it's also caused a lot of not just internal, I think, questioning, assessment, how we do things on the left, but it's also been a moment where we've had tons of dark money. Not just, yes, APAC, also crypto, also Wall Street, all these folks that are constantly waiting to pick us off. And so, I think that for this purpose, when we make sure that we fight